Incoming transmission.
Hello, sirs and madams. It's your buddy Admiral Teague. Welcome. Hit those like and follows and the notification bell if you please. It is William Shatner's birthday. A day of mourning for Chuck Norris in the past, a day of optimism and dreams about the future, and the 95-year-old you all want to be. 95 doesn't seem so bad when you see William Shatner, does it, Jerm?
No, it's almost enviable.
Wow. Hey, first of all, we have a very generous gift right up front from our friend Ruby Hoove. Ruby Hoove has bestowed 5 gift memberships on our channel, and we've got Archmage Frey, Stephen Ransom, Monkey 114, Rainbow Void 2900, and Abdominal 1 have received gift memberships courtesy of our friend Ruby Hoove. What can I say? She would never say where she came from. Memberships don't matter if they're gone. All right. Thank you so much, Ruby Hoove. Ruby Hoove 9 bestowing 5 gift memberships on our show right as we begin to celebrate William Shatner Day, one of the most extraordinary actors. And we took a poll before. There's no real point in debating greatest actor. Really, it just comes down to this, Jerm. I'll ask you the question up front. William Shatner, great actor or greatest actor?
Probably going to lean toward greatest.
He can sing. He can dance. He can act. He can play a cowboy. He can play a cop. He can play a lawyer. He can play a starship captain. He does comedy. He does drama. He's one of the most iconic leading men of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Actually, the 70s was weird, right? Like, was he the first person to manage a comeback?
I believe so.
Is the comeback because Star Trek comes back and Captain Kirk's a big deal? Hello, Desert Coliseum. Hello, everyone. Let's see who's here. Let's say hello to everyone. First of all, if you're in chat, switch that thing to live chat so you see all the chats. And out there we have Headcase, Desert Coliseum, our good friend Buddy Hepburn, keeping everything together as our mod. Crimlon is out there. The Trek Reviewer, hello to you, sir. Resolute Germ is here with me. Mark Harkness is there. The Dead Man is out there. We got Sean and we got JT inbound from the planet on a very dangerous away mission. William Shatner, common people. He just wants to live like common people. I want to love like common people too. And here he is for the people, William Shatner in his last pre-Star Trek role as a high-minded public defender who spoke on behalf of the people. He spoke for the people. He was the people's advocate. Cop show and legal procedural Shatner would seem to be just like, who would ever think that there was such a strong overlap between strong leading attorney like we see in Law and Order and Starship Captain?
Yeah, it's
interchangeable.
he pulled it off.
Well, he then goes on to play a lawyer better than most other people as Denny Crane, right? So we've got that.
Yeah, the Denny Crane lawyer in name only.
Denny Crane was really the governor we all deserve to have. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yeah, definitely where you are.
I think he would have been a big improvement on any politician that I have in my town. I thought Denny Crane, but the episode where they want to run Denny Crane for governor is possibly. What's funnier, that or Miss Congeniality 2, as far as Shatner's comedy work? Miss Congeniality 2 has a lot of Shatner.
It is a toss-up. Denny Crane, you have a much larger body of work, though.
When Sandra Bullock was around, she was as big as Julia Roberts, and it was kind of a fight to see who was the better actress, who people thought were prettier. And a lot of people had issues because for the first couple of years, people thought that they were the same person. I don't know if people remember it, back that far, but they both had huge exploding hair. And I guess the difference was Sandra Bullock always just had like a much better figure. I don't know what to say about like Sandra Bullock, except when she got enough power to make her own movie, when she made William Shatner like one of her biggest co-stars in that movie, did you then decide that like this is the cooler one of these two chicks?
Well, yeah, and about the time I found out they were two different people.
But that was about the time I figured out like that there were two different people. I did enjoy when she showed up also for her date with Jeff. He was a dick for what he did to her, but when she showed up for her date with Jesse James from Orange County Cycles, dressed as a red shirt, and he was dressed as the Gorn, that looked like that was a lot of fun. I'm getting a signal from the planet. Let's beam him right to the bridge. You have the
hello.
Hello, Mr. Carter. You have the sound effect from tonight's
Not
episode.
hearing you guys.
You're not hearing us?
Do-do-do.
Our circles are popping. I hear you. All right. Gerb, I'm going to have to go to the private chat. You
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
hear us now?
Okay, you hear us?
Yeah.
Was it? Okay. Yeah. You know what it is? It's the StreamYard's Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, headphone delay issue. Guys, this is a new fun thing. We pay for the most like the most expensive like software you can imagine. They're trying to democratize this whole thing big time. They don't want everybody on the air entertaining you and giving you their opinions. And you can see why, especially at old Paramount, they would want to keep people like us quiet. But we're not going to be quiet. And yeah, you can wait for a good like minute before your Bluetoothies kick in, and then they just kick in.
Well,
I
that's the
usually
thing.
wait.
I'm not using Bluetooth on anything.
Wow,
which is
you're
weird.
hardwired in.
Yeah.
That is weird. We'll have to keep an eye on that anomaly. Maybe it just takes a while for the source to take over from the microphone and the speakers inside your mic, because it stays stuck in the mic for a while.
Well, the thing is, like when I'm trying to listen for you guys, I don't see any of the mic things popping. So it's like it's not even interfacing at all.
Then you were glitching, because what happened was we were popping, I was seeing him pop, and you were popping as you were talking, and we could both hear you. We were both responding, and your bubble was popping in our world. Wow.
Well, this happened last week too, so maybe I'll just remember and I'll wait 30 seconds or so and chime in when I start hearing you guys.
Actually, I think first scan for Tholians. It's clearly a Tholian plot to pull you into another dimension. And here we are in our own other dimension. We should put up maybe some Star Trek media. I wanted young William Shatner. Here's every William Shatner that we ever get. And I consider these to be pretty official, simply because the mocap is him from Unification. And I do think that all Star Trek fans, I don't know, is the last time we see William Shatner's Captain Kirk in Unification. That's a real moment of Star Trek. I in my heart, that's Star Trek. I don't give a shit. Anyone?
Yeah. So say we all.
Germ wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask. Unification is Star Trek to you, yes or no?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Also, as much emotional weight as most Star Trek movies in 8 minutes. I made a comment about this one that was so powerful that Doomcock had to consider it when we said, you know what? Like, if you don't think Star Trek can be saved, watch Unification, in response to that tweet. And he gave that fair consideration. As we sit here, we got to think about all the people who've been inspired by William Shatner and all the greatness that he has. Although the weird thing is, I don't know about this one. If you went on an acting audition and people were like, who's your favorite actor? And you said William Shatner, you might have gotten scoffed at throughout the 70s. But then by about 2005, people are laughing at you. And then in 2020, they're laughing with you. Like, it's been a strange evolution. Go ahead.
I don't know if I ever told this story. So I had a friend who used to like to go watch the Third Rock from the Sun tapings. And he went when William Shatner was there guesting. And he
was
said
the big giant head.
Yeah. But they were on there and they were trying to film it, and anytime someone would forget their lines, Shatner knew it. He would just, oh,
Wow.
your line, this is your line. Like he just knew everyone's line. He had the whole script memorized. He was a professional, so he never messed anything up, and he was just on it the entire time. The guy can act.
The weird trivia I read was that he and the guy from the Doomsday Machine who played Decker were leading an understudy in a play. And when Decker was out, when the guy, William Wyndham, was out, Shatner hit like a fucking home run. And he was just great. So by the time they crossed paths again, they were in another play. And Wyndham was the understudy for Shatner. But like they remained professional. There was no like like problem between them. They were friends. Both guys had reached a level of success. Why start going crazy? You're both like making great money. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, both of you are good enough to be the lead. Sometimes somebody's going to have it, be able to take it easy and be the understudy, and other times you'd be thrown into the fire. But I thought it showed how well cast that Decker was when they used him again. Maybe they asked Kirk, who was the guy who gave the most.
Whoa.
Shatner.
I don't know, but both of them played villains on Columbo.
That is true.
Shatner did two villains, right?
Well, Shatner does 4.
He did 4 villains?
I believe he is Columbo in every decade except the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and the final movie. And like one of the final season movies. Is he 4 different people? He's at least 3, right? He's at least 3.
I believe I know 2 for sure. I want to say 3,
final,
but I don't think 4.
Really close to the end of Columbo, William Shatner shows up with a mustache. They they just have him be one of the other people finally out of jail. Let's ask now, how many appearances did William Shatner have on Columbo?
It says he's 2 in Columbo, playing 2 different murderers. Fade into Murder and Butterfly in Shades of Grey in 1994. So 76 was the first one, and then 94 is the second. I thought there were 3. But...
I had thought there were 3 too. Maybe one was a 2-parter because they had gone from movies back to regular TV. But I'm getting a life signs from the planet. There may be some pre-animate matter that's stuck in the matrix. Let's see if it's something we can transplant. Many weeks. Hello, my friend. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
You sound.
Can you hear me now? Is that
yes?
better?
Yes. That's
okay.
much more energy. Yes. Yes.
2 glasses of wines in.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
No.
I said wines, and I haven't had any. I'm drinking coffee.
Oh, I've got my coffee as well, straight out of the replicator. In fact, so I let it cool. No, I had to boost the pattern signal a little bit, and then we're right there. Hail to everybody in the chat. Sorry for being a little bit late, folks. I had to return the cadets back to Starfleet Academy, and it took a while to clear
call
the
it that
pattern
anymore, or you're a bad parent. You took them to the war college.
Oh, the war college. Yeah.
Only good parents on this channel, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. JT, we have to have a little talk about you ever bringing your kids by Starfleet Academy. They could get covered with rainbow vomit. I like William Shatner when he played that German officer one time. I seem to remember that. What was that called? Recognition of force. What are you gonna do?
There was a slightly different pattern to it than that, but yes.
There you go. You know what?
I'm sorry. Before we get off of the screenshot that you have on here, I want to call out those 2 on the right, the one in the middle and the one on the right. His acting is so apparent here. Look at the expression on his face. Like that expression on the middle one, that is TOS Kirk. A little like really alert, sharp-eyed, kind of jittery.
Yes. And
the one on the right, he's the relaxed admiral. He's experienced. He's not freaking out. Like it's subtle.
Right is Wrath of Khan, but the other 2 are unification. So the Kirk that we're talking about in the middle, that is motion capture Kirk. That's William Shatner. Motion captured, yes. And it's the physical actor that he picked. I think it's the Star Trek Continue guys. I think he wanted him.
Yeah, the one on the left is still a little. It needed to be improved a little.
I think it's just our resolution It does. It's the roughest of all. You can tell that it's AI, but that is a legit. I figured when I was thinking about it, it is a legitimate and final appearance of William Shatner as Kirk.
Yeah.
And I prefer it to an image from Generations, which is flawed, whereas Unification is nothing but joy for Star Trek fans. And a happy tear at the end for our great captain.
That thing rips me up, dude. I've watched that several times, and every time it works every time.
What's going to happen when they're allowed to release it officially? Can you imagine how many views it'll get?
Oh God!
Could you imagine if they had released that when Starfleet Academy came out? It would be like #1 on all charts, Star Trek Unification with 400 million minutes streamed. Like #2, Sabrina the Teenage Witch with Melissa Joan Hart from Long Island.
You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see them put up an episode of Starfleet Academy and then also just loop Unification and see which one. Like, people will just keep watching Unification over and over. It'll do better than Neurotic's Spock did.
The Spock thing did better for the reasons that people wanted to show a protest, and he gave them the best protest they could show. But yeah, if you gave them something with a little more, anything that was a better protest would have done well too. But Nerdrotic's protest was always going to do best. By the way, the same question you were asked, mostly peaceful. The same question you guys were asked was asked on X. What do you consider William Shatner's greatest accomplishment? And the question, the answers are: greatest ever actor, only 13.6% went with that. Greatest ever singer deserved a little more consideration, 0% all around on both polls with that one. Embodiment of manliness winning on both with a huge 63.6%. And the greatest ever businessman, 22.7% on X. And oh my gosh, Welshie, RRTNZ.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Can only stay for a moment, says Welshie. Just dropped in to say that William Shatner is the Chuck Norris of Star Trek. Chuck had a roundhouse kick that could shatter planets, and Shatner has offbeat diction that beguiles hot green women. I would have loved if we could have found a way for one of the other captains to just have been like Chuck Norris. That would have been fine. And just like on screen, it's like, welcome back to Federation space, Captain Kirk. It's good to see you, Captain Chuck.
I would have loved to have seen it in the early 90s, though, when he was at his TV zenith, I think. Not the TV, the zenith, but
right, the Walker Texas Ranger version. Then he would have to be Admiral Chuck. Actually, he was always younger than Shatner, so yeah. We condolences to everyone on the loss of the great Chuck Norris, who we saw listed at 5'8" and 5'10", so who knows? But one of the greatest, filmed like he was 6'1". I was so shocked to find out that he was anywhere less than 6 feet. A great martial artist, a great physical actor, and by the end, pretty good actor too. In a lot of great and memorable movies, and some of the best fight scenes we ever saw. So now really the only person left with overlap. He didn't have the physical fighting skill, but with the delivery and the acting, like the other end of the spectrum, but the same niche. We were denied what we always deserved, the buddy badass film with Kirk, with William Shatner and Chuck Norris. That would have been awesome. That would have been the greatest. That show would have been so legend that TVs across America would have exploded when it was on. Shatner, Norris
would have had clips galore for that one, like he did for the Walker Texas Ranger lever that he would pull sometimes.
Yes, and also like Walker Texas Ranger inspired Eagleheart with Chris Elliott, which was stand up and improv when stand up and improv was still funny. But I do want to give full condolences to Welshie over Chuck Norris. We do still have Will Shatner, and thank you, RRTNZ. It was a pleasure. I was on with Lance Nielsen. It was funny. And hey, Trek reviewer, good to see you. I was on with Lance Nielsen when we lost. Hello, Sig Volderson. When we lost Chuck. It was funny. I have to thank Elon for the timing. What happened was I DM'd Lance, and he got on April 14th of 2025, and he got the DM 3 days ago. You got so it's not she might not really be that. It's not. Maybe she is still into you. I don't know, guys. Any DM can come back, but radioactive actual. There seems to be something on the long range sensors.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Chuck Norris and Federation officers wear black. I would see that movie, or Section 31 wears black. Although, like, after what happened with Section 31, yeah, no, maybe we keep him away from that. Starfleet Dojo, though, I mean, that would be a good. I would watch that with Chuck Norris.
That would be good.
You know what? Think about it. There's like so much the same about the approach of something like Missing in Action makes a valid intellectual statement about one thing about as big and about as intellectual as a moderate episode of, say, TOS, like Private Little War. You know, Missing in Action and A Private Little War, same statement, right? Same commentary on the same item. One's a little more partisan, but the thing is, it's raising a question. Did we leave people behind? And then we have an action movie. So it's very much like Star Trek, where we raise a question, it's prescient to our own real world, but then we have a sci-fi show. So I think that's some of the beauty of Star Trek. But as you see, the voting is going on. It looks like embodiment of all that is manly is going on for William Shatner. And before we get into Gamesters of Triskelion, which is not going to be the official review, but we're going to use that as the focal point of this, because I don't think Shatner gives a more manly performance, and manliness of William Shatner will be front and center of what we talk about tonight, rather than giving it a grade. And as you can see, the poll is different tonight. Instead of being asked to grade it A through F, it is, again, what is the greatest single trait of William Shatner? Greatest ever actor, 26%. Greatest ever singer, 21%. A lot of people here understand that he absolutely, like Rob Halford from Judas Priest and Ozzy Osbourne, pretty good. But then there's William Shatner, okay? And that William Shatner metal album will probably redefine and improve metal. The very definition of manliness, 35%. And he'd like this stream and see the results. That's one of the things that William Shatner, I think, I admire the most, is that when William Shatner watches a stream, he likes it. And he takes the poll to see the results, whether or not he has an opinion or not. That's what I like the most about William Shatner, that he likes the stream and sees the results when he comes to the live stream. But aside from that, I would have to say we owe Star Trek to William Shatner, because if you watch The Man Trap, Charlie X, and Naked Time, the first 3 episodes that we see, no one else could have done that. We needed to do Man Trap first because the confusion by switching doctors twice in a row in subsequent episodes, because Where No Man Before, I think, comes on next. But even in that one, William Shatner in the first 4 or 5 episodes of Star Trek has to give a performance that there is absolutely no context for. To me, William Shatner will always be the guy going for it in the conference room by himself, going, losing my command. I'm losing my command. And he just totally hits it out of the park with this like performance that, like, even military people have told me, like, yeah, like that's how I feel when I'm insecure too. Like, he totally captured it. Gene Roddenberry's writing was perfect when it was made it up with the delivery of William Shatner. So that's my feeling, and I'll throw it to my panel. Jump ball here, guys. You want to talk to me about the power of William Shatner's acting and whether or not you think I'm correct? Like, Captain Pike, yeah, it's a good show, and it probably lasts like a season, 2 seasons, but only William Shatner could have gotten it as far as it got. Only William Shatner was able to make it Star Trek. And yeah, Spock got to be a big thing too, but only because William Shatner, just like with pure adrenaline and charisma, powers this thing for the first few episodes. Anyone?
Yeah, well, I'll answer that with this.
Spock!
That's all you need right there. That says it all. But I do want to apologize, though, for being a little late. And it's the same reason that JT was. We both looked up some of the other works by Angelique Pettyjohn.
You got distracted?
Yeah, and JT just took a little longer than I did.
when you were talking about like like how it like related to this episode, it's like were they involved in like knife fights with their wives? It's like, and if this was New Trek, it would be like I'd be talking to Sean's wife and JT's wife, and they would just be like, "Look, we haven't watched Star Trek, but we know since the New Trek edict puts us in charge, it's all right by combat."
People getting out of the training harness.
Do you think the training harness is to cover up his nipples because there's not much foundation on them this time? Whereas in Charlie X, they're blanked out. I did the show go back an hour in its time slot? Like something changed with network TV, and they're like, "All right, like listen, only women need to cover their nipples, okay? And we'll do it fulsomely." This thing with putting foundation on men's nipples is crazy. He has eyeliner. He always has eyeliner as well as Captain Kirk. Maybe not so much in the movies, but Captain Kirk has eyeliner. It's up in the air as to whether or not Captain Kirk himself wears cosmetics because everyone in the world is in the future is so metrosexual, except for Riker, who we found out is, I would say, hetero-flexible. What do you think, guys?
I'm just still stuck on Chuck Norris in Chain of Command Part 1. If they had put him in there instead of Picard, he could have just wrecked that entire Cardassian
gone in
force. Oh yeah, he wouldn't even need the rest of them. He could have, and you never would have had 5 lights, 4 lights, which would have been okay. But he and Jellicoe would have had like a bromance going on. You could have had some holodeck fight scene between Commander Norris and Lieutenant Worf.
Well, Norris would have kicked the Cardassian, would have beat the Cardassian up and go, "How many roundhouses was that?"
They would be like, "We're both flat."
Yeah.
Honestly, in the real world, if you put Chuck Norris and Jellicoe together, take Picard out of the equation, this would have been Chain of Command. You ready? Look, we're both flag officers. We know this is bullshit. If we go to the Federation Council together and Federation Military Command first will back us, we can just explain that we need to attack Cardassia now. Enough pussyfooting around. While we do that, I'm going to go on an infiltration mission and kick the shit out of this David Warner guy. I heard he's the master control program.
The Enterprise and run the solo mission simultaneously.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And like I said, that whole cave scene, he would have just won. They would have never captured him. Yeah. The whole mission would have been a success.
Oh, you're talking like he'd be throwing the Cardassians around. It's like, like he would throw one like into the air and just hear, "Ah!" The guy would like never come down.
Yeah, there's no capturing Picard and having a part 2 with all the Tespa eggs and the lights and all. No. Because Commander Chuck would have taken care of business.
As soon as he said there were 4 lights, he would have like broken free of the restraints, grabbed him by the throat, dragged him into the turbo lift, brought him to the surface of the planet, and thrown him into the sun and say, like, "Look at that, motherfucker! You want light?
I'll show you the light."
Yeah, I'll show you
a fight between him and Worf, and have him just like start schooling Worf on how to use a batleth and all the rest. It would have been great.
Well,
or maybe beat the crap out of Riker when they're doing the what is it? The Q-tip fighting, the Japanese Q-tip fighting.
Oh yeah, Tansido or whatever the fucking name they gave it.
Yeah. Well, what was funny was when I was on a personal satisfaction note, when I was on Lance's channel, he was talking about Star Trek. He was talking about Chuck Norris, and he was wondering, like, I know I saw, Invasion USA, and I'm just trying to remember. It's like, I've always wanted to say this, but I never thought it would happen like this. Lance, you glorious bastard. I read your book, and I was able to hold up his book. It's like, it's on page 134, sir. Movie entry number 51.
Rommel, I read your book. Yeah.
It was fun. I mean, obviously it sucks that we lost Chuck, but it was fun to be able to pay him a fulsome tribute. And hello to Wes Gagel. Sir, Wes Gagel, sir. And hell Transformers. Yeah.
Well, we're a
Yeah.
diverse community. We welcome all. So, Wes Cagle, you're right at home, sir.
You have to wonder if like
Or
Alex
man.
Kurtzman.
I guess I
Alex
shouldn't
Kurtzman,
assume.
do you think Alex Kurtzman was swooping in to attack us and like did his usual low attention to detail? And it's like, oh no, they're all covered with it with trans flags and intersectional logos. These are our people. We could easily fool him off. It's like we are the biggest false flag Star Trek operation. When if you look at our chat, it's like all trans acceptance flags, inclusion flags, feminist rights flags, rainbows, intersectional flags, and it's like it's all being used ironically.
They don't understand jokes, so I also don't think they would understand irony. So it'll work. It'll work.
Yeah, they would just think that we were outright endorsers. Guys, the episode we're going to talk about tonight is an episode that Sean has a fantastic sound effect for. It's called Gamesters of Triskelion. And I got to say, one of the earliest episodes I remember, a hard episode to forget. And a young Admiral Teague may have felt the stirring in his young britches watching Gamesters of Triskelion because wow, that one was really high impact. And I sort of have a theory on this one that I'll share with my panel. Guys, this is the cage, except Captain Kirk solves it perfectly and doesn't have the problems that Pike has where he leaves the ragged edges like Captain Kirk's like, no, I'm not going to leave the freaky ass Birdman behind. You're going to teach everyone how to farm and how to live a productive life. And like he actually gets the ideal solution. Whereas like with Captain Pike, he's like, yes, this woman has outthought all of us and turned the phaser onto overload. They're emotional that way. We count on that. That's why we bring a couple with us on every mission. And he gets out of it like the shortcut way. And they're like, oh, wow, we just realized it was bad to imprison your species, to which I say, show me the species that likes being like imprisoned. You know, the semi-sentient like even like monkeys are trying pretty hard to get out. And
Jaden likes it.
Jaden does like it. What are you gonna do? He also enjoys bird watching. Something, by the way, that not 1 minute in San Francisco does he ever leave their ship or come back from having watched birds. Did you notice that? Like that dialogue never happens again. It's like,
we never see binoculars ever again. You know,
he doesn't have a trait. He has no traits. He shows up just to be gay, as is right. But this is the same episode as The Cage, in my opinion. We've kidnapped you people instead of like doing it through your minds. We're doing it through like making you actually fight. Like our version of reality TV is not exactly, you know, Real Housewives of Orange County like we were doing with Pike. We're more into American Gladiators and 90 Days In. Like those are the shows that we like here on Triskelion. So we have a great combination of those with Survivor on top. You're going to love it. Everyone gets laid. And check out this semi like yacht sticker that we have for you guys to fight on. It's good. You guys going to love it here. And it's just like Kirk figures out how to escape. He gives more resistance than other people. He seduces a worthwhile version of Vina. They perfected the vision of Vina to make her like you're remembering this chick's forever, just forever. Come on, Angelique Pettyjohn affected everyone who saw her in that episode. And she was very helpful to my childhood. Let's put it that way. Certain things, just like I realized certain things without anyone having to tell me, like looking at Angelique Pettyjohn. And I did notice that my reaction to that episode of Star Trek was pleasing to my father, who said something about like, well, I was wrong to my mom. I don't know what he was talking about. Anyway, in this episode, it's The Cage perfected. You guys want to take that one up for a moment? Think about it.
About Angelique Pettyjohn?
No, about the plot of this episode. It's actually The Cage, but we perfected it. We don't have the sloppy ending where they don't quite know how to get out of this mess that they've gotten themselves into. We don't have a shortcut at the very end where Pike's just like, I have a boom boom pistol, and if you don't let us go, it'll do a whole bunch of terrible things. And then like the theologians are like, hold on a minute. Oh, wait, we were wrong, and we always were going to let you go, so it doesn't matter what you did the whole time anyway. It just took us a little while to assimilate this info. You guys can go.
Oh, I don't think it was the cage. I think it's its own story. Sure, there's similarities. Sure, they might even share some of the same sets as the cage from the look of it, but I think they were totally their own thing. But I think they also lets Kirk have a little bit more fun than some of the work that they had Pike doing in the cage, for example. But I think this arena gladiatorial style thing is much, much different than the cage, and why they needed the humans for that too. And there was attempts at mind draperies and things like that during the cage. This doesn't have any of that.
The cage is more deeply sci-fi. The thing is, the cage ending is really flawed. This is the same basic concept. We grab a bunch of people from a Federation starship. That starship only has limited resources with which to recover them. Sooner or later, they're going to grind their way down to recovering these people. We kind of suspect they will. The show's isn't canceled, so like we kind of know they will. The aliens, they're not too sure they're going to be able to fend off the United Federation of Planets. And with the Telosians, their heads pulse for a minute, and they're like, oh, we were just wrong. You guys can leave now. And Pike's like, good, or I might have had to write a strongly worded letter to your superior. He's like, well, number one, you bailed us out. And he leaves. And like with what we found out about what the character who plays number one is like now, I would just say those Telosians were lucky that she didn't do worse. Imagine if they would have said something bad about Harris to number one. Oh, no one else heard that one? Guys, number one from New Trek went crazy and almost killed Jerry O'Connell, at least in a marital way.
Really?
He was in no physical danger. You didn't hear about this?
No.
I would like to think he was in a great deal of physical danger. He is not really a masculine man anymore, and his wife and children are crazy.
That part I agree with. Germ, why don't you tell the story? You're better at this than I am.
Well, recently Jerry O'Connell was on with Bill Maher on his podcast, and he made comment about the election.
Wait, first he said that Bill Maher smokes weed throughout his show, right? So Bill Maher is just sitting there hotboxing the fuck out of Jerry O'Connell. Jerry O'Connell's very cool. He's wearing an Iron Maiden t-shirt and he's approachable and he's all right. And the thing is, his facelift has loosened up to the point that we can kind of see expression in his face, and he doesn't look as uncanny as he did about 5 years ago. But the thing is, as Bill Maher is smoking weed, one comment he made up front was that my wife has one of those vape pens, and if it wasn't for that, she would never touch me, which was the first weird thing. But then, like, conversation goes on. They talk football and other stuff, and then they get to election night, where I'll hand it back to Jerm.
Well, Jerry says that he makes comment about the election and there not being a real chance for Kamala, no real primary. And being the person that she is, and apparently the daughters they raised are too, they physically attacked Jerry O'Connor.
Quote, wordlessly, non-verbally, physically attacked him, and he couldn't. What happened was he said that he called Harris unlikable. He said, of course, she was never going to win. It was a 107-day shit show, and speculated out loud if it was done just to hold on to the money. And number one and her daughters jumped Jerry O'Connell.
What are you gonna do?
Crazy story, right?
Not watch Bill Maher. That's what I'm gonna do.
I'm going to continue to not watch Bill Maher until he humiliates another celebrity. It's worked great for me since Politically Incorrect. I'm into my second century. I've been not watching Bill Maher for since a millennia ago. I've been finding ways not to watch him, but yeah, it was great. He was just sitting there like, yo, man, you should just like run for your life. So that was his take on Jerry O'Connell's wife. So what can I say? You marry Rebecca Romaine and you go home to that. You go home to Una Chin Riley. So I guess it's a good thing for him that she doesn't actually have the super strength that Una has, but I don't think Una has the super strength anymore. All right, let's talk about William Shatner again and get refocused on old business, which is the new business we're going to see tonight. Sean, are you prepared to maybe run the score matrix on this one? Have you considered that?
Yeah, I can bring that up. Sure.
Yeah, while you're thinking on this one, look for the score matrix. You have plenty of time. I'm assuming all of us have seen this episode, but you know what? There's so much to see here. We're not going to go through it with the usual painstaking nature that we do for New Track. This is not going to be a borrowed EFAP approach, which, why lie, right? I mean, the first people we saw doing this were EFAP. They probably didn't invent objective film analysis, but they may have invented frame-by-frame film analysis on YouTube. And a fine job they do of it too. But you know what? That is just not looking good as far as the way the background goes. So let me just change that to something a little more, something that's still on point, but did they freeze me? Darn it.
Did they freeze you?
Not so much freeze me, but freeze my ability to control things. Like, let's see. No, I can remove you and put you. I can't scroll. Oh, wait, there it goes. I still only can kind of scroll, though. All right. Weird. Well, I'll leave and come back during the show to retain full control. Weird stuff, but StreamYard's being a bitch tonight. What can you do? All right, guys. As this episode begins, this is the thing. We're going to stick with the special edition. Here's my thought on this one. There are not the same license holders, so Memory Alpha doesn't count on this one. It's a resource, but it's not real. Therefore, the last canonical thing done by people who had any control or any brains was the TOS remaster, and it's supposed to match Star Trek Enterprise. Therefore, going forward, the watch parties will probably be using the original series to keep the show the way it was. And what I'm saying is it won't have any of the upgraded effects, but we'll probably use the 05 or 07 special edition for our reviews. It's just exteriors that were changed. Or at least for our plot synopsis. I will say this, it looks great, and the old effects are worth talking about. When we need to talk about them, we certainly will, but I think we're going to find out a little bit tonight about the challenge of reviewing old Star Trek. But here they are over a planet. I forget its name, but this planet's got a communications and navigation substation on it. And they're going down to check on that and make sure everything's cool. And the landing party consists of the captain, Uhura, and Chekhov. And that makes sense except for the captain. I might have sent down someone like Scotty's number 2 guy. But you know what? We need an episode to happen. So I would think the M5 would call the captain non-essential personnel. What do you think? Just job for Riker on TNG?
Yeah.
I don't even need Riker.
And I'd just like to say, like, Miss Nichols looks fine walking across the bridge here. And if you notice her gun belt there is holding her skirt up even a little higher and even a little higher cut than is usual. And if I'm not,
it's a symmetrical uniform too. You notice
it's beautiful. That. As far as the cut, the neckline is a little bit asymmetrical, but it's a V-neck set off to the side in a very feminine way. It is not jarring or asymmetrical or unfashionable. And it makes sense. All their outfits make sense, including the transporter chief and the coveralls. The prop is great. The lighting is great. The set looks fantastic. There's only a couple of times I'm going to be able to say this, but hey, this is the first ever iteration of the transporter. I don't know how much more they upgraded. I think they open up the front a little more, and that's it. Guys, thought on our first look here as a show at the transporter. The TOS transporter.
Yeah, you're right. It is smaller. They had to have just expanded the wall out a little bit.
It might not have 6 pads yet. Right? We're not showing the floor. We have as many spaces to stand as people need to stand right now.
Yeah.
Although we did see it in Charlie X, so who knows? It does look smaller for sure.
Though, I think it was small in that one because only those 2 guys beamed aboard from that ship that couldn't get rid of him fast enough.
6 pads is the maximum, but I don't know if we see who's standing on what when we beam 6 out. So like that may have been just like playing around a little bit with Cannon. We'll get there. We're gonna find out. Okay, but message received. And as we look, we see a beam out sequence where the sound effect that Sean is always playing gets played by the Star Trek people. It's, I guess, what we would have to call the activation sound of Triskelion. And we all just end up like flopped out on this yacht sticker, this near yacht sticker. And I looked this up. I forget if it's Greek or Latin, but Skelios means sun. So Triskelion means 3 suns.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So that makes sense. And this looks like the gates to Trelane's. We've seen these gates somewhere.
Yeah.
Might be outside Trelane's place.
Maybe on the Batman show this era too. I mean, it does look like a big prop set from something else.
The thing is,
to break this up a little bit.
I really do like this set. I really do like it. I like what we see outside. I know that this is the same thing we see out the window when Lord Garth blows up Batgirl. But what we see outside, I love it. I love the way we see this planet outside, that we see that it has some depth. It has a foreground, a middle ground, a background. It has a monochrome sky. We couldn't do miracles with what we had, but this is a very good set. It's a very good set. It's believable. And for 1966, 67, this is fantastic.
Okay. I'll go with that. Not a lot to argue there.
We also see some other dimensions to it when we have Kirk get up and he's absolutely confused, and he says, "That's a trinary sun." So, there can't be too many of them out there. Uhura's getting up, and this looks to be like they know they weren't transported because of how they feel. Anybody? And Kirk got up so awkwardly that his communicator has opened up, hasn't it?
I can't really see it.
I'll give it to everyone full screen.
No, it's fine.
It looks like, to me, his communicator has gotten pulled open. The screen is up. We can see the lower interface, and we can see the dial face. So
I did notice they put Chekhov in platform heels.
Yes, they did. And
to make him taller. Yeah.
And how embarrassing is that when Captain Kirk, through most of this episode, I believe, and if you look at the bottom of his shoes, it shows, I believe Captain Kirk is wearing his non-boot, like boxing wrestling shoes with like boot-like vinyl taped to them that he wears in arena. His hand-to-hand fighting shoes.
Admiral, enhanced
they're
lower
all
right.
wearing their stunt uniforms.
Enhanced lower right.
No, I'm sorry. I was gonna ask Jeremy what he said. I think I
Yeah,
spoke
all
over
of
him.
them, all of them are wearing versions of the stunt uniforms, the boots, and that's why Uhura's skirt is riding up a little bit. It's not just the belt; it's cut, and they're all moved for the stunts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say computer zoom in lower right quadrant and enhance.
Exactly. This is like one of my first crushes here. I mean, I have to admit she had competition every week, but she was right in there with the hottest chicks that ever come on this show. We love the show.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna have our moment of realization here, and Spock is like, this is a good moment here, but like we caught him in a good moment, this frame where Spock's like, huh? And actually gets some flat foot. He's like, they disappeared. He's like, I assume you mean in a manner inconsistent with their usual disappearances, Mr. Scott. And he's like, I tell you, they ain't here. And so Spock is immediately concerned. And as we can see, not super green yet. He's really well lit. And a very simple dedication plaque on the Enterprise.
There's weird paint on the doors. Like the doors have an odd texture to them.
Oh yeah, you can see that they're wood.
Yeah.
You see the brush marks.
Yeah.
You see the brush marks and you can see that they're wood. But you know what? Here's the thing. In my mind, Starfleet turbo lifts had wooden doors.
Oh, sure.
At least the ones that led to the bridge, because they looked better. Just like all sick bays had cardboard doors. They just look better. When you design a starship, you got to be about more than just, wheels, gears, widgets, and EPS conduits. I mean, come on. Even the people on the Voyager stopped talking about the biopacks after they presented certain ethical problems, and people were like, what the fuck is with the unnecessary biopack stuff? But Spock, full in command here, is
feet firmly planted on the floor.
I think it can't be enough said about the fact that we don't have to look at his shoes, and he knows how to sit in a command chair, which I don't know about Sean, but I'm looking at my little command chair right now thinking like, if only I was small enough to sit in it. Like the movie Downsizing has its appeal, doesn't it?
Or the, what was that movie, The Indian in the Cupboard? The Indian in the Cupboard? Yeah.
Oh, or Honey Teague went swimming in the ocean in May.
Sorry, The Guardians in the Cupboard.
The Guardian in the Cupboard, exactly. All right, so an investigation begins aboard ship, and then everybody's favorite like maybe uncoolest and poorly armed Thrall shows up. He has a 4-inch Boy Scout knife. It looks a lot like the Mirror Universe knives. He's pissed off. He's got quilted armor. He's got his version of the Thrall gear. And Headcase noticed this. The older Thralls have slightly different neck gear. Make him look a little worn, a little older. So the fight begins. People from the Enterprise have absolutely no idea what's going on. They just know that they're not where they're supposed to be. They're absolutely not on the planet they transported to. Back to back to back. Beautiful visual. Here's a painting for your wall. Once again, what do you think, gentlemen? Kind of beautiful.
They got his hair right.
Yeah,
I wonder how long it took them to do that.
His hair looks great. Yeah. And not only that, but problematic hair. Chekhov's hair is great too. Although I had said, is this one where Chekhov acts with his own hair? And I think he does, but certainly not in this scene when they film him from behind, right?
Yeah, I remember Chekhov. The worst we saw Chekhov's hair, I think, was in Cat's Paw.
No, in Babylon 5, he had worse hair. But that's Bester, not Chekhov. I don't know. Germ, I need a ruling. Germ, does the Babylon 5 bad hair count?
He has exquisite hair in Babylon 5. They paid an absolute fortune for it.
You like the Babylon 5 hair? I guess the Bester hair is his best hair.
I gotta look it up. I never watched that series. So.
I'll give it to you. I'll give you this. It doesn't look like it belongs on him, but it looks natural. We're so used to him with like kooky hair pieces. The Star Trek 6 one, it's like you spent all that money on the whales, couldn't spend $5 more on Chekhov's hair. But Lombardi 1969, hello to you, and Lombardi greets us.
Hey, Lombardi.
Oh, that was
You
great.
like that one, JT?
I did.
You didn't see that one coming. Huh?
I did not. I did not.
Sometimes
Babylon
when you take
5
it
hair
on-
looks like he did kind of in Wrath of Khan. By Wrath of Khan, they finally got him looking okay.
Now he kind of looks like that one chick from Discovery with the robot eye, and they kind of shave the side of her head. That's kind of like what Chekhov looks like, except it grew in a little bit too much.
I totally
like right
forget
around
that
the
chick's
ear
name.
area. Yeah. Oh, I have no idea. Because they never let her talk or have any stories or
She
let
said
her do
yes, ma'am.
anything.
She said yes, Captain. She said
Yep.
shields at like 86%. The
Yep.
one thing I know about her is she was okay till Mikey Spock fucks everyone over, and that's why she has to wear the weird thing in front of her eye.
By the way, I this
Right.
one was bugging me. I think I've mentioned this before. You kind of said something that made me think of it. Why do they always say shields to maximum? Like, wouldn't you always have shields to maximum? You never hear shields to 25%. Sir,
We
can
hear
we
it
have
in
it all the way?
TNG.
No, let's give him a shot. Let's give him a chance.
I think in TNG they don't turn on the shields when the episode with the outrageous Akuna happens, and they're like,
Well, no,
they
not
have
turning on the shields
atomic
is one
engine,
thing.
sir.
It's one thing to not put them up because you don't want to take a defensive posture, but
Right.
like, you never like let's just turn them up halfway.
Yeah, it's like, sir,
They
sir,
don't have
they're
a dimmer
transmitting us.
switch on them yet. That's
I mean,
the
if
problem.
anything, you say reroute life support and we'll risk it to get more power. Other than that, they should always be just max.
Yeah, I think we move away from shields to maximum to angling the shields by the time we get to the middle of TNG, and we don't hear that much anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
angling
we
the
do
shield
never
is
see
over.
that round dimmer switch button or turning the shields up and down incrementally, right? It's always an on and off button. So why are they saying put them to max?
Yeah.
That is true, unless that like sometimes they mention like like dorsal shield to maximum.
Well, that's
you
different.
know,
You can
half
okay,
shields.
like divert all power to forward shield. That's fine because you're weakening the other three, or however many you have. But like, by the way, did anyone here see Project Hail Mary yet?
You know what? I love football, so I'm gonna try to see it on Monday.
Jerm or JT, did you guys see the Project Hail Mary?
I did not. No.
Not yet.
I highly recommend. I had a
Really?
really good time. Yeah, I
might see it on
enjoyed the
Monday.
movie.
I'm considering checking it out at the AMC Empire in Times Square.
Yeah, go see it in the theater. It's worth it. The only thing I will say, I won't spoil anything. It's a tad too long. There were probably one or two scenes
That's
they
what she
should have
said.
eliminated. Yeah, they should have cut a couple of scenes out or shortened them.
You're the third or fourth person I've heard speak highly of it. You had the highest praise, but everyone said 20 minutes too long.
Yeah, and the thing is, the scenes that should have been cut weren't bad scenes. They should have been cut.
There were
Lord and Miller were probably just
director's
so
cut.
in love with what they made. They're like, no, we got to keep it in. It should have been a director's cut, yeah. But excellent movie. Totally written for Ryan Gosling. I guess the author of the book said he had Gosling in mind when he wrote the story. So
It's like after what you've been through as Ken, sir.
Yeah.
After what you've been through as Ken, sir, we feel you deserve to redeem yourself.
Yeah, but I won't say no spoilers. It's really good, well done movie. The science is.
Is it a sci-fi movie?
Yeah,
It's a hard sci-fi movie,
total,
right?
Yeah, total sci-fi. A lot of fun. The physics in it, you have to. If you know anything about physics and relativity, you have to put that aside to watch it. But other than that, it's really.
Oh, cool. I don't.
Yeah.
In fact,
How
radioactive.
much? Like sonar in space doesn't
No,
work,
no, it has
or
to do
okay.
with how long it takes to like what happens when you travel at relativistic speeds and.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
it's the timing. It doesn't make, but it's fine. It doesn't ruin the story. It's just not. It just would never happen.
It's hypothetically sci-fi though, so
Oh
like
yeah,
it's
absolutely, absolutely.
quick,
Very, very
quick,
good movie.
quick observation here, guys. And by the way, if we get 30 likes, we would love that. Someone said, could you find us an underappreciated gem sci-fi movie that's like real good that didn't get the attention it deserved? And I'm thinking like, Enemy Mine, Last Starfighter, stuff like that. And my comment to the original poster, it was my friend Trev Retro, was I think that in our lifetime, the sci-fi genre has been so overvalued that there's only well-examined sci-fi movies that are good or bad, and then there are some that weren't financially successful, and that's it. They've all been hyper analyzed. Any sci-fi movie called bad has such a solid hill to die on, whether or not you like it. We have not had a sci-fi movie not get its due in our lifetime. They've come back in re-release, or they develop huge fandoms.
Mhm.
What do you guys think of that? There might
That's a
not be
great
an
point.
undervalued
It's like
sci-fi movie.
Supernova would be a really good example of that. Supernova? Wait, what's the one with?
We're getting some rumbling noise, like somebody's walking by something with a
Tasty.
V8 in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Are you
that's
talking
fun.
about Armageddon or
No.
Deep Impact?
No,
Because those movies are just bad, but they
the
got
one
their
that's like
due, and
more
they're
of a horror
sci-fi.
movie with Sam Neill.
I think the one where Event Horizon.
Van Horizon, yeah, that's it.
That movie's considered great and has gotten its due, so they're remaking it.
That's a cult. That's a cult classic.
I don't even think it's a cult classic. That's an outright hit. That is now
think
an
it's a cult
outright
classic.
beloved movie.
Is a failure in the theaters.
Because it's a failure in the theaters that makes it a cult classic, fine. Then it's a cult classic. It has had enormous
does that make
success.
Section 31 a cult classic?
I think it's just a cult.
It's definitely anything but a classic. Although Michelle Yeoh was around when classic cars were still new. I mean, what is she? 162, whatever. We appreciate your service for us fighting the Japanese. We appreciate that. And why couldn't they have told Trump about Pearl Harbor, right? I mean, he asked. They didn't. I didn't hear that. They were short on answers to that one.
Well,
We
I
get
don't
a
know.
fight
Maybe
scene
they'll
here
put little
that
Marco on it, but we'll see.
I predict that he's the one who's going to run for president. But anyway, like moving on. We get a fight scene that's on par for this era.
Now, I was wondering something about the set work on this. If you go back just one iteration here, they have torches, but I'm like, how are they actively burning? Like, I just have always kind of wondered the
I think they're those LED ones.
back in the 60s.
No, they're
space torches.
propane. Yeah, they're whatever you need to burn orange. That's akin to propane.
But no, they didn't have them in the 60s. I was just making a bad joke.
Right. So do they have like a pipe coming up through the center of the post, or is it just
probably.
maybe
Yeah,
they have
I
real
guess.
lamp oil burning in those? Like, who knows? Anyway,
Of course, it's real lamp
these
oil.
small
This
things
way
get
you can
me thinking about it. I know no one else cares about this, but
I'm thinking about like the real lamp oil creates like a Molotov cocktail effect, which is like if you fuck up the stunt and knock over the lamp, it falls over and sets all your cast on fire, and you've got your principals running around like ah, they're literally on fire. But
Right.
all I can say is the last time I saw Black Sabbath, this was what the backstage, this is what the area behind them looked like. There was their amps, and then there was this. So there's, I think the gate from Trelane's, who knows? We've
Okay.
got the benches from Who Mourns for Adonias, which is, I think, only an episode or two.
Yeah,
before
those
this.
look like cheapy park benches that they
Mhm.
borrowed from somewhere in LA.
Themselves.
Yeah.
It might have just been pulled out from the common area outside the studio.
Yeah. The
Yeah, everyone went to
benches.
lunch at Paramount that day, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
I gotta stand when I smoke outside now. Come on.
Yeah,
No, I try to look for her on X. I think she has a Blue Sky account.
She's
I think
dead.
She's dead.
No,
she died in the same year as
not
Gene.
the actress. I'm talking about the character.
Oh.
Well, here's the thing. Angelique Petitjean, Gene Roddenberry, and Vince Foster all died within a few months of each other, and I'm thinking Hillary. Just kidding. Come on, someone had to say it. She died in 1993 at the age of 49. Poor woman had cancer. It's too bad. She wrote a book or was interviewed for a magazine, and she said she did Shatner during this.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you?
Oh, good for her.
Shatner's wife probably wasn't too thrilled about it, but you know what? You can't really be married to Shatner. You're just his woman.
Until he says you're not.
Yeah, and then you thank him and you move on, or you go for a swim.
Were you waiting for that line?
No, but
I
I
love it
think
when
it was
Archer
perfect.
says it. I love it when Archer says it, but he says it so terribly. I'm like, this is why you're not Kirk, because Kirk could say that to Hoshi. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember him saying it.
He did, but there was something else. Kirk said that as well. Then he said it so much better in the other episode with Mirror.
Oh, dead bad. Yeah, there are no minds. We don't. Hey, Kronos is here. We have no minds. You're safe with us. We're gonna make sure you get a good William Shatner celebration tonight, and the Enterprise is doing some sleuthing as we have our opening segment. Looks great. Back on the planet.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Something on the long range scanners. Good shot, Mr. Carter. And it says Hank Hill, the dead man, 79, with a generous $4.99 United States super chat, says Hank Hill. I sold those aliens propane for their planet. Now I don't mind aliens, but they need to come here legally.
Hold on, let me give it a shot. I do an okay, Hank.
I thought that was good. Fuck
That's
you.
okay. Yeah, no,
You do a really good future ruler of Earth as well.
And of course, Transcock, our other.
Jesus.
It's Doom Carter. Sorry, Doom Carter.
Well, the thing about aliens is, you got to sell them propane. There you go.
I don't mind if they buy the propane, Hank, but they gotta come here legally.
Oh, there you go. That's a good one. That's a good.
There you go. I could do Dale.
Yeah,
I could do
Dale's
Dale.
good. I walked into the back and saw Captain Kirk and that green-haired alien. Oh,
So, by the way, Walter Koenig was very clear on this one. This chick was like some sort of female, like bodybuilder or gymnast or roller derby kind of chick. She was fit enough.
Very German looking, like just her name is Helga or something.
Poor
If
Chekhov got that one.
Well, the thing is, Walter Koenig, I don't know if he's the most gracious guy in the world or if this is just how he felt. He said, believe it or not, that's the second look for that actress. The first time they sent her out there, she wasn't horrible looking enough. They had to drag her back and make her more awful looking. And when I freeze frame it and stuff, if you look at her, she has okay facial features. Look at her nose.
Yeah, she's fine, but like the way that they made her voice and the weird hair, and she's not a really good Orion green. She's more of puke green.
Well, I know what species she's from, Germ. You just didn't see the other. Maybe you've seen it. There's her species is in another Star Trek related show called Year Without a Santa Claus. That's Heat Miser's daughter. That's why her hair looks that way.
So Heat Miser had a kid with Swamp Thing or something?
I believe so. Yes, she,
great.
Mr. Green Christmas, Mr. Snow, Mr. Sun. So yeah, no, like she's Heat Miser's daughter. I think that's the deal. And we have a really cool weapon for these guys. This is as cool as the weapons they created for the Vulcans.
I don't like the gloves, but I think it's just 60s experimentalism.
We don't see the gloves again, do we?
They had to make them look a little different.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of weak for that costume. I'm like, why are we wearing these when we're all wearing like skirts and short shorts and, you know?
Well, they got this one from Pacoima, and they had the teardrop tattoo, or the 3 dots on the inner hand. They had to cover it up.
Okay.
Or you know what? It's very possible that the way they move in here, I don't have the whole shot. It's, we don't know this. Maybe it's possible that they had someone who had a little bit of weapons handling skills, so you don't injure your primary star here. And it's a female actress and all, or it's a stunt man who shaved his arm. She put her leg up there, and the guy just stood behind her and did the move with the with the prop. It would be bad if you chopped up your star's face by mistake. Might cause some production.
It would be, yeah.
Yeah, we've taken several things. We've pained so far not to accidentally kill our cast. We got rid of the exploding napalm bomb on the side of the set and replaced it with a gas lamp. And we're gonna let maybe a sword handler do this. So my headcanon here is she's wearing the glove because it's a dude's hand. Well, how about that one, Sean? Because look at her arm.
I'm sorry, I was replying to JT.
She might be wearing a glove because it's a dude's hand, and look at her arm.
Maybe
we might not see her. It moves him. She makes the move, but we don't get this close up where the blade pins in.
The alternative theory on this is that it's actually not a razor sharp prop at all.
Right, but you don't want to give him a
but it can
bruise.
still poke you. I mean, it's a pointy thing. I mean, you could take your eye out or get a stubborn booger.
Yeah, Sean's got this one down. It's pretty hard rubber, and it could mess him up a little bit.
Don't do weird eye horror in this series.
Either that or the prop was just too heavy for her. They needed someone else to hold it.
Yeah.
But they keep it consistent, and she's got her gloves on.
Look at that.
Oof, yeah. And all I could think of is, gee, Mom, I hope we're having baked potatoes tonight as a little kid watching this. I don't know what's in the mind, but I would
think it's hilarious how short Chekhov really is in the whole thing.
I think that's the only reason Shatner agreed to work with him. But as we can see, Galt's back there. Galt does a bunch of Star Trek stuff. Everyone gets to guess. What is the last Star Trek project Galt is in? You don't have to guess the exact, but what's the last project, project, show or movie? It's Insurrection, guys.
No.
He's the face person number 2. He is in what's kind of cool is that he's also, guess what? We have already come across Galt in our adventures. Guess what? He's the Suliban doctor in Broken Bow.
Really?
Yep.
Wait, who? The main thrall?
The head thrall of the planet Triskelion, Galt, our friend there,
who
definitely is not gay.
The Vulcan master in a Voyager episode where he was teaching young Tuvok.
Yes. And what a terrible Vulcan master, huh?
I thought it was pretty cool.
No, his acting was good. I'm just saying, look what he produced.
Oh.
It's like, Tuvok, leave your phone in your pocket. But master, Tuvok, put the phone down.
Well, that's not too bad. 35 years between appearances.
She is hot because she is hot because she's not microwave safe. It's so true.
Sorry, I'm just good buddies.
I'm just wondering if I have to request permission again. No, it looks like it just updated for me. So I'm cool on that. We have our little scorecards backstage for when we in hour 5 when we get to the point where we actually review this. All right, so Galt is our point man here. And also, I believe we've retasked some costume and some novelty teeth from not the movie Fletch, but the episode The Cage.
This was right when Chekhov asked, who is John Galt? And so they brought Galt out here. No, nobody?
I'm not sure.
I don't know that one.
No.
I love that big guy that they've had him in I think he was in wasn't he in The Cage, that guy? He was like the giant thing. And
yes, I think he is.
Gaping mouth look. Like,
Germ and I were wondering.
Atlas Shrugged, Ayn Rand. No one. Yeah, okay.
You know what? I prefer the Fountainhead. Okay. I liked that Zack Snyder's plan to make that into a porno movie. No one heard this. Zack Snyder says the darndest things. But that seems to be, and also like he just had a big bearskin headdress with some like horns on it in the cage. So yes, and this is what starts the cage turning in my mind. Like, is this something maybe useful? And Galt is like, I have a badge, you will comply. And Kirk is like, listen, we'll be mostly peaceful, but we're not going to comply. And he basically is told that we've got the better of you here. We're not going to tell you where you are, and we're going to bring you to this fine stucco wall that you may remember from Roger Corby's place. And here we have, it's just plain old stucco, the most minimalistic props. His uniform's great, the restraining device is great, the wall is just stucco, but it's being hit with beautiful purple light. It looks fantastic. The shadows of the other actors on him are menacing, and they're doing a great job. Is it Jerry Fitterman? This is Jerry Fitterman doing a great job. Whoever's doing lights on this one is just knocking it out of the park. Here we have Miss Nichols looking very good here, looking quite fine. And, I've got no complaints about Galt's idea of, American Gladiator.
Her arms any higher. It would have not made it onto TV.
No, they couldn't. And I would also say, let's just for the moment remember here, Galt is like, look, Star Trek's a great show, but this week's episode of Star Trek, we're going to be doing American Gladiators. And that's basically what they're going to do. So this is where it sort of breaks the news to them, like, you work for us now. And he's like, you don't understand. We're officers on a starship. And he's like, nope, you're just drill thralls now. And these little things around your neck will keep you in line. And Kirk sort of tests the limit. Meanwhile, Scotty and Spock and McCoy are having a rather heated conversation on the bridge where, there's no Uhura. Sulu, I don't remember being there or not. And we don't have Chekhov, and Captain Kirk obviously is not there. So we have people that are familiar to being on the bridge, but we have a lot of extras at station, and I don't even think we have Mr. Kelso here or Mr. DeSalle. We don't see either of them, and we're having a little bit of the initial disagreement on the course the investigation should take. And of course, McCoy is shocked and upset that Spock is being so logical and dispassionate. He's seen this work out from so many times. Does anyone want to give us their headcanon on why Spock would still find this troublesome? I'm sorry, why McCoy would still find Spock's dispassionate nature troublesome, guys?
No more so than he just always had the feeling that there's just something off with Spock's logic.
I think McCoy has seen all the historical records of T'Pol, and he feels jilted that they didn't send a female Vulcan.
We couldn't have gotten a female Vulcan, damn it, Jim. Did you see how hot the Pring was?
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm just realizing now that Sulu isn't in this episode at all.
No, he's not. I think he's making the Green Berets.
Oh, good point. Yeah, that completely went by me. I will say, though, if you look here, this is definitely 60s TV. The way that the shadows fall on the characters is not really optimal in this situation, but it's the way that they were able to light the bridge in the way that it was designed. But there are heavy shadows being cast in weird places.
They're more interested in lighting everyone's face really well than having natural shadow effect.
Mm-hmm. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. He definitely, if you look at Scotty here, he has a very 60s haircut for men at the time. They did not make him try to look like Chekhov or some kind of beatnik or something. He probably has the most normal walk around. Well, he is the most normal. I could walk off the set without having to do something to my hair kind of haircut. Where obviously, you know, a Vulcan haircut is not that at all. And Chekhov wears a hairpiece, right? Anyway.
And of course, Shatner has beautiful, perfect hair. Hello, Tetrarch.
Yes.
That was a great line. I think they reused that line in Star Trek Beyond too, don't they? Oh no, it just says typical. Star Trek Beyond is the only one that tries to have them have chemistry as a crew and act like themselves. Here it is. It's the meme. They pushed Galt a little bit too far in a few places, and he's pissed. So he turns on the collars. Turns out the collars really effing hurt. We've all seen the meme. It's a BFD in like the internet. This is an original King meme from back in the day. I don't know what it really means to connotate except an awkward situation on the internet. Here, as a kid, I was terrified. Mm-hmm. I was kind of like, Galt's a badass. I don't like him, but he's a badass. I mean, he's just knocked down Captain Kirk.
Yep. Oh, this is campy acting. Not my favorite. I think moments like this are kind of when people tend to laugh at Star Trek because.
Yeah, but did they laugh back then though? I mean, do we kind of have 30 years of really good sci-fi kind of?
Maybe I was born in the mid 80s. I was born in the mid 80s, so to me, I don't have that frame of reference.
Sean's got something 60s. There. It's not laughable in the early 70s watching it. It's really? Not laughable yet. It's not even. It's. I mean,
I don't
understand.
Yeah.
Sean could maybe help me explain this one. I don't know if Jerm knows about this at all either. You guys are close to the same age, but Sean, would it be safe to say like those unbelievable little judo chops and stuff like that? They're a part of the milieu of TV, and there was magic things that worked on TV that like just didn't work in real life, and maybe it had to do with TV censor codes, or they couldn't have a heavy beatdown fight. Spock's Vulcan mind pinch solves a million problems for censors, even though it wasn't why it was intended.
Yeah, but that one was at least it wasn't campy, like the Kirk's eyeballs budging out, and he's like, like it was a little overacting. The nerve pinch wasn't really overacted much. A couple times it is like the actor would react in a weird way, but I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm thinking back. Okay, so I started getting into Trek when I was about 12, so it's 1985, 86. And here's the weird thing. Like I would watch the episodes and be just fully drawn into them and love them, but if I would talking to my friends about them, we'd make fun of it. But we would
joke about it, yeah.
We were having fun with it, not making fun of it. So we could joke and be like, oh, I'm going to do the Kirk and roll around and do all that and kind of be silly. But while you were watching the show, you didn't have that feeling.
That's the best way to put it.
Yeah. It's a weird way, but that's kind of how it was for me anyway. Like we can make fun
of also saw like, shows like Charlie's Angels where chicks would beat dudes up,
Yeah, like we always have a little fun with Data and Picard and stuff, but when we're watching the good episodes, we're in, we're invested. You can have fun with it after. I don't know.
Humor's
You just
always
have
been
to
weird with
exaggerate.
Star Trek, right?
Shatner just knows how to exaggerate.
Yeah.
It's more like pro wrestling than anything else. Have to
Yes.
make everyone
Yes.
see it
Yes.
and feel it.
Germ just nailed that. Yes, it's like pro wrestling. Like when you're watching it, you're into it, and you put away all your critique and enjoy it. But then after, you can do the Macho Man voice and have.
But if you think about it, the approach to the actual fight, the Gorn fight, this fight, like they are like kind of equally sort of pro wrestling in the approach. Like the pro wrestling level fight, like this TV sci-fi action, I understand what people mean, but this was like we understood that it wasn't real watching it and that real fights didn't happen like that after the age of 6, you know.
Yeah.
And once you tried to do the Captain Kirk kick and got your ass kicked, you learn that Star Trek fight moves don't work. But it didn't hurt the show. And like you watch Star Trek, it's immersive. You love it. If you're watching it with your friends, you might even make the jokes. But yeah, the next day in school, you're joking around about it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing about this is, are they on the ship or are they on the planet?
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Ooh.
Beneath the surface of the planet. West. Oh, savior of the universe. I love this episode. It has Kirk punching Lady Gaga in the face.
Admiral Sir, I believe it's pronounced Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga. You know what? Like, she could have brought enough food with them strapped to her body for them to eat for a week, and she wouldn't have wanted any of it.
Yeah. But this here, I don't really care for it, because I can ask the question again: are they on the ship or are they on the planet? This is clearly the hallway from the ship, and it's hard sometimes to really know where you are in some of these older episodes because they reuse too much of some of the set without enough dressing. And here, that's where I'm gonna be, I think, fairly critical about that. It's too reused. It really is.
I want to thank you again, Wes Cagle, for the very generous $5 Greenlandian Greenback super chat. Very nice and very generous of you, my friend. Thank you so much. So JT does not like the reuse of the ship corridor. There you see Corby's cave off to the side. We throw everyone in their cells. This little cave, like lockup compound, is this the cage?
Don't know. Don't know. I'm just looking at these fun tools that they have.
They remind me of the Wizard of Oz.
I was trying to figure out like what yard tool or whatever that is that they're using, that they kind of modified it for something else for this.
I think it's the heads of 3 old man's canes on one side, spray painted silver, and some sort of rubber thing they molded on the other. I don't know. Sean, what do you think? It kind of
looks like a gardening tool to me. He's AFK right now.
Oh.
Yep.
Better that than JFK, right?
Depends. I mean, you'd get with Marilyn Monroe, right? Wasn't all bad for him. Anyway.
No, you're right.
I love the use of the Ugg boots for the cavemen.
We really right here. He really is totally looking like the guy from the cage. Spock over to science station. McCoy now confronts him. It's getting a little more tense. And one of the things McCoy is saying here is, like if they're anywhere, they're on that planet. And Spock's like, nope. Damn it. Good old tachyon pulse came out of nowhere. A highly focused beam of light, he says. and leads back to a certain set of coordinates, only 10 light years from here. And damn it, we're going to check it out. And, they've already gone through like, how long can they stay alive in the transporter? And, Spock doesn't even say, well, Mr. Spock and I were talking the other night, and he said about 200 years. So he's just like, probably not that long. It's like, well, then they're on the planet. He's like, probably not. And I don't know how safe they are on the original planet. Like, they're beaming them down without encounter suits. So we can figure there's no hard countdown on that. I would be wondering, are they lost on this Federation facility? Unless it's like one server room.
They did do a very thorough search of the place.
They have sensors and other stuff. They searched the planet. It's not regular one. So meanwhile, I don't know about you, but if I ran a prison, you guys tell me. I think that pink is what they deserve to have to live in a men's prison.
Is that cruel and unusual? Maybe.
You know what? I think a lot of them would be thanking me after a few years in there. They'd be like,
well, there was that sheriff in Texas that was forcing the male inmates to wear pink and all this stuff. And I think he got in trouble for doing like that.
Fuck that. He might have done other bad stuff, but he wasn't guilty for making him wear pink. That's just fucking hilarious. You're like a felon, not like a normal, forget like drunk drivers or whatever, scofflaws. Like, if you're like a fucking felon, you beat up your fucking wife or some crazy shit like that, or you rob a bank. Yeah. Like, if the sheriff wants to pull college pranks on you, like, you sort of put it out there that you were ready to be punked.
Right. Now, I don't know if you would really want to put your fighters in this type of a situation. Wouldn't you want them well motivated?
Oh, they'll be well motivated. At least Kirk will.
Well, yeah. Well, we know Kirk is well motivated.
Chekhov's lucky to get what he can get.
Well, true. True. I think I broke the Admiral.
Cringy scene. This is a cringy scene. This is tough. Lars, who's a dick, has the same.
I think he prefers the name Mr. Ulrich. Okay.
So Mr. Connie Nielsen here comes over. That's his wife. Did you know that?
No.
Lars Ulrich's wife is Connie Nielsen from Gladiator. To which I would like to ask, Lars, are you glad? You tell me. But anyway, he's like, goes over to Uhura's cell. He wants a little sexy time. And Kirk is really freaked out and not into that stuff. And then, hey, baked potato time. She tells him it's going to be all right. Her drill thaw leaves. Uhura's drill thaw leaves. And now Kirk starts his psyop. He's going psychological warfare on his captor. And also, he's going to use his masculinity and his good looks to get in there to gain himself an advantage. And here we are about to give up on Planet Mashed Potato 4. Planet Sweet Potato 4.
Sure.
Spock's had enough of this shit, and he's going to leave and follow this trail 10 light years away. And this is where Scotty's just like, dude. And Spock is like, I don't give a shit. And Bones here, as you can see, emphatically pleading the case. And like, who is this chick doing? We've seen her a couple of times before, though, haven't we? I don't know if she's always been a member of the crew, but I've seen this good-looking blonde lady before.
I just like that they put her there instead of Sulu.
I like that, and I like that when she's leaning forward in her low, bulging dress line, we can kind of see her cleavage because she's kind of hot. This woman's kind of hot. She's 86 years old now, if she's still around. But you know what? Hey, lady, you had your day. Looking good. And the conference becomes a little more tense. Do we end up having our little final? All right. It hasn't built up to that yet, but Spock has one idea, and McCoy and Scotty have just like, he's not justifying it enough to them. And then meanwhile, in Chekhov's cell, we have a much more comedic moment where Heat Miser's daughter and Chekhov have their conversation, and he's trying to make small talk and do anything but fuck this not so good looking alien who again has like great Heat Miser hair, but if you look at her, you can almost see the first layer of uglifying makeup underneath didn't quite do it, and you can see a little bit what they added. But
I'm just looking at that wig. That wig is something crazy.
I like how she called him Cheekoof.
Cheekoof. Yes.
It is nice name. She had that.
Cheekoof. It is nice name. Yeah, she sounded like you with the voice mod, huh? By the way, I just want to say this episode is almost 60 years old. Is 60 years old. This is a better voice mod than Jaden has.
Yeah.
Her voice mod's a million times better.
Oh, look at the way she's
sitting. If you know Futurama, she is the Amazonians.
Yeah. Oh,
You're
sure.
right.
Look at the posture on her. Look how it just accentuates her body. My God.
What's weird is she does have some acting skill. But yeah, she's like pretty damn naked.
Well,
what acting skill does she really need? All she has to do is smell at Chekhov and say, "Me am snoo snoo."
So anyway, Zap Brannigan and Layla have lunch.
I want to know, is Wes Cagle disappointed that none of the characters had pink and baby blue hair?
Kronos. We'll find out from Wes Cagle in a moment. All I know is that, like, I've heard that outside the movie showing the Neil Diamond biopic, Wes Cagle has been protesting and agitating for a James Taylor biopic.
Yes, yeah. Well, the Neil Diamond was about a
Neil Diamond imitator, right?
Yeah, I think it was about an imitator. That disappointed me. I wanted to see Neil.
Well, I'm a little late on this one.
Oh
gosh.
Hold on. I got it.
Thank you.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Dead Man, I apologize. Dead Man says, let me tell you something, Gene. I'm going to take that Gorn down so hard he's going to be crying for a Slim Jim. Let me tell you something, Gene. Let me tell you something, Mean Gene. I'm going to take that Gorn down so hard he's going to be crying for a Slim Jim. What was his brother's name? What was Macho Man's brother's name? Brother wrestled too, right?
Yeah, his brother wrestled under the name The Genius.
There you go. That's a great name. I would wrestle under the name The Genius. He's a pretty shitty Marvel villain, but... Oh, I'm sorry. That's the leader who has like the big oozy brain in Captain America 4. A movie that I think will be retroactively renamed. All right, so I am very sorry that I was late on that, Dead Man. I apologize. Getting a little wrapped up in the commentary, so I was behind on that one.
Yeah, and we're all clicking around here a little bit, so I'm not 1,000% zoned in on the chat at the moment. I apologize, but
I was I was almost a stairway to heaven late on that one, guys. I apologize.
Yeah, you guys know if we don't see it, it's just because we didn't see it, and we will get to it.
We apologize. The most important thing is to have an interesting conversation Your super chats and your memberships and your stickers are extremely important. They keep this channel going. We try to pay the most attention to them we can, but sometimes we get stuck in a Star Trek rabbit hole where we're like really intent on it and we're thinking about things. So if we do miss something, please accept our humble apologies. We really do love you all and we appreciate it. So Kirk.
Yeah, and we also try, like, even though, I have got the button and Teague's got the button, I don't want to be so quick on it where we're always interrupting somebody's thought to do it. So there's that. Right?
This show has an American live streamers approach. I stream with the Brits all the time now. I love them. But one thing that happens in British YouTubing, only Critical Drinker seems to marble the chats through, and that's improving and becoming more of a feature. He used to barely read chats. They'd flash up on screen. On FNT, they flash up on screen, and if it's $100, he'll take a moment and like salute you. But, we don't expect that here. We're going to try to service the chat as best we can until we get to like 20, 30,000 people. That we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. But this is the biggest the channel's ever been. So we thank all of you for that. And every time we put on a couple hundred more people, there is a little bit more of a learning curve for the Admiral. But I thank you all for being here. You guys are fucking awesome. So Kirk is pumping her for information. He'd like to pump her for something else.
Yeah. Mission first, though. If the mission didn't call for it, don't do it.
Do you hear my neighbor doing an unexpert job of trying to steal my other neighbor's car outside?
No.
No.
Lack of professionalism. This is a Latino neighborhood. You would figure that, well, we'll just move on.
But this screenshot, Kirk was like, you're going to have to open your mouth wider than that.
I still just look and I'm like, oh man, that Blue Sky account. What a shame. What a shame.
What a shame. You mean OnlyFans?
That color hair.
OnlyFans or Blue?
I'm going with
oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Now I understand the Blue Sky connection.
Yeah.
I don't. That's going over my head like a drone.
She has green hair, so she's probably a Blue Sky chick.
Okay.
On my Blue Sky today, I keep trying to make enemies. Oh my God, I have Blue Sky notifications. Oh, the only
Blueski.
Someone on Blueski. Remember Mueller? She wrote from X and from Blueski.
No.
She tracked all the Mueller report. Every time there's a Mueller report thing released, she just would release it too. It was kind of just like freedom of speech thing. Either you were for it or you weren't, but for freedom of speech thing. On Blueski, she says, I can't believe so many people are wishing death on me because the thing someone wrote, the woman from Mueller, she wrote, should throw herself on a sacrificial funeral pyre. And she's like, so many people are wishing death on me. And I'm like, I think they were just joking. And they're like, they're not. They deleted it because it's a real threat. And I'm like,
oh. Well, so, speaking of Mueller, he's now gone too.
Yeah. Yes. No more Mueller. But the Mueller she wrote lady and I interacted today. So I just said, I'm sorry that people are being mean to you. Mm-hmm. I just can't. My problem on Blue Sky is I'm not mean enough. I don't have a posse of haters.
There's one on there that I know doesn't like you. There's one.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, I was looking at his account today. Oh, hey, for what it's worth, he did post an apology, but he's not only scared a person, you, who doesn't deserve it. He's done serious damage to his podcast influencer brand. No, he should. The joke, if he apologized for it, it's funny enough. Like a Roman slave has to do it after the master dies, or the Egyptians, we saw it in the Well of Souls.
Okay.
Like, I don't think he's done serious. Like, the Blue Sky is fucked up.
Oh, it is. Yeah. It's real scary.
Did I get any mentions? No one's mentioned.
I don't know
me.
how you can keep your sanity reading all that stuff. I see stuff from Jesse Gender on X, and I had to mute him.
Is that what we call Jesse Gender? I really don't know.
I had to mute that person.
It's a weird place. A lot of weirdos on Blueski.
I honestly, I don't know what that person goes by, but I don't care.
All right. So anyway, the Blueski experiment was a huge failure as usual. What happens is I'm jealous though, because not Steve Shives. They love Steve Shives over there. But what do you call it? JDA Talks gets dragged and has like a whole hater posse over there, and I don't have that kind of support. You know, when Blueski sends me its haters, it's not sending its best anymore. It's not sending SJWs. It's not sending feminist activists.
Well, there's a very small gradient between their best and worst. I think
that's true. It's like the number 50 golfer in the world and the number 49 golfer in the world. It's like, yeah, this is going to be a dogfight. But the number 1 golfer in the world comes in and just like wipes them both off the fucking course.
Maybe not. But golf is a tricky thing to talk about. You're either hot or you're not for that week of the tournament. You know, one stroke can mean the difference in like 20 places in that tournament. I
think that John Daly probably has the training and the approach down, and that's where I would go with that. With like the out of shape, angry Santa Claus drinking on the links, like that's how I want to go as it.
Chad. Did you guys see Happy Gilmore 2? He was so.
Is he in it?
Yeah, Happy Gilmore 2 was great.
Huh. All right, back to the Star Trek. I did not see Happy Gilmore 2, but with Shooter McGavin, like when we see Shooter McGavin, we see like there was a flash of light when the Romulans fired, and then I found myself here wanting to piss on your grandmother's house, the ashes of your grandmother's house. All right, for those who didn't know, Shooter McGavin's Lieutenant Castillo from yesterday's Enterprise. Derp. Oh, look at your face in this distorted mirror.
That's what it's going to look like when I'm done.
Notice the Manhattan clam chowder spread all over the mirror, over the bottom of the deeping pad. But by the way, I just say this is a very effective and extremely cool, believable conversation between him and her, where he's starting to, like, he's using his intellectual advantage, and he knows that she's got like whatever, a hormonal drive, and she's digging him, and the actors digging each other is not hurting. In Eyes Wide Shut, we have we have a lack of sexual chemistry between people dating. And in this one, we have people who are kind of hanging out, doing stuff, and they're having a fun time talking. And she's still got her gloves. And what do we have? Do we have a bot?
No. I investigated that. The answer is no. But there might be just some translational issues there. So
I think I see one here.
There's a translation issue going on. Oh, that one, yes. That one, yes. That one's gone.
You know what? Fuck you.
There's another one that you might be thinking, but no, that one is purely, I believe, going from one thing to another.
That one you just popped up on screen seems like something Wes Cagle would have done.
It's possible.
That 3 minutes kind of sniffs like West.
Iris goes to Capital Kirk. Are you in like Greenland or Newfoundland? Is that why you're like an hour and a half ahead of us? Is that why his birthday is in 3 minutes? Is it Newfoundland? Newfoundland's 90 minutes ahead, I think.
Maybe Puerto Rico.
Maybe
It could be.
Maybe.
But you know what? Soon, and at midnight we will stop to celebrate this great man. Blue skies, just like communists that speak heresy towards
Brazil are an hour ahead of Eastern time. So a large part of Brazil is further east, and they are 1 hour ahead on us. So
that could be.
There's the possibility.
By the way, Sigvaldason says, Blue Sky, just talk a communist and speak heresy towards our God Emperor. You will fit right in on Blue Sky.
Don't
engage with that.
I have done that before on a test account and just started talking about how much I love SFA and how bad, X is and how everybody there's a Yahtzee. And just completely out of nowhere, people start liking everything that I say and like start following me. And
they talk to you though, or is it just new track padding your
I have no, I mean, it was more of an experiment, but I'm like, really, is this all it took?
Was it was the experiment conversational? And by the way, that is all it takes. If you're nice to me on Blueski, all I do is like, without reading it, like whatever you put up there and just leave you alone and don't read anything you say. And then if you write back to me on Star Trek, then I engage normally, but I ignore everything else because it seems like the ideas there are pretty nuts.
But as also, I want to be
all 50 of those people can live without me.
Yeah, as a sociologist in Starfleet, it is an interesting examination at another culture and world.
Speaking of sociologists, Gaiden from fucking Starfleet Academy had some stuff to say about the fans, to which I say, fuck you, your performance sucked. Your performance sucked. Your character sucked. Don't defend it. Say that you're sorry people didn't like it. Move on with your fucking career doing gay dinner theater in fucking Canada. The reason why the only cast member you randomly ran into at fucking places that you normally go ended up being George Sakai.
Well, there you
fucking go. Weirdo. Kareem Diane. Dirty Kareem Diana. Shut your fucking lying mouth about Star Trek fans, you motherfucker.
Yeah. There you have it, folks.
We've got the B crew. Tensions are increasing. Now McCoy has gone full-blown angry. He's about as mad at Spock as he is at Kirk on Neural, isn't he?
Yeah. And I always thought that, Bones was, of course, the more emotionally appealing out of these two, right? That's why they're supposed to play off against one another, is obviously logic versus emotion or empathy or whatnot. I don't always like how far they paint him here, just flying off the handle.
Yeah.
Especially in a military situation. These two officers would not be necessarily talking like this, especially in front of the rest of the crew. Maybe in
got some beta canon on that, but you're right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's just a little bit of a turn off for me on some of that. It's like, okay, I know Gene was very into making it military like or have a military bearing about it, even if they aren't the War College type, right? This isn't the Deep Space Nine version of the Defiant, but they should have a little bit more composure with Bones than I think they allot him. And part of that is hard to do. You really want to accentuate the differences of these two. Mm-hmm. So how are you going to do that? You have to sacrifice something. You can't have it in every way.
A little bit here and there, for sure.
Yeah.
But a question for, I guess, all three of you in the chat too, if you guys want to chime in. In general, when Spock and McCoy are arguing, who do you normally side with?
It always sounds like both of them have half of the equation. It always sounds like they
Yeah.
both have half the problem. It always sounds like both are reasonable. And I side with McCoy because I believe his method of imparting the information is far better and more efficient than Spock's measured, calm, reasonable speaking of it. I believe that screaming it as loud and fast as you can, the way
I don't
McCoy
mean
does, is
the way. I
possibly.
don't mean the method that he uses to present his argument. I'm like, because I'm just saying, like when
Spock
you've
usually
got,
has 65 to 70% of it, and McCoy has the 30%. It's like, you may in fact be right, Doctor. So it's always teamwork, but Spock's the prime mover in the team. But he needs McCoy to recenter him. So
yes.
I think sometimes what happens is, as you're saying, like we have these vulgar displays of anger. At the same time, in Starfleet, we know that the Doctor's even more powerful than in the United States military, and that especially with a question about who's in command, Spock hasn't been rated as a command rate officer except in emergencies. This is now dragging on a couple of days. I think the time frame on this episode is 3 weeks. So say we all, give or take.
Yeah.
Because we spend 4 or 5 days looking at this planet. We just sweep this planet. Everybody from the crew's been down there. And maybe part of Bones' frustration is off camera. He's been scanning around with life signs, and it's his friend too. He cares just as much about Jim as Spock does. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I was thinking about the Kirk, Spock, McCoy, triangle, and McCoy usually has a valid point, but I normally side with Spock. Usually has the best, of course, logical, and the most military thoughtful solution. And I would say, like, I think you're right. Like 7 out of 10 times, Spock is got the right idea. McCoy will throw in that 30% to kind of alter the decision that's going to be made. And I think that's appropriate because we're talking about a military organization where you have to take into consideration the most needs of the many, to coin a phrase. And McCoy adds that little bit of humanity that you need in making those types of decisions, but ultimately it has to be a logical one. Because there's so many people that say it. And I like the balance they strike because a lot of times McCoy is wrong. He's just wrong. He's going too emotional. He's presenting too many whimsical things, and he's not thinking things out. But that's why he's not in command.
Yeah, they're both kind of wrong in their own way. That's why neither of them are in command. It's up to Kirk to balance out both of them and come out with a solid, full conclusion to whatever the problem is.
In this case, Scotty steps up and releases some of the pressure, but Germ's right. Scotty steps in here, and he's got a few things to say, and he's a little angrier at Spock and taking McCoy's side, but he's very quick to take the logic of what Spock's saying, and he's more of a schematic thinker. So what's going on here is in front of these two B actors, one of whom is a chick with a great rack, across the bridge, Scotty sees this starting to come apart, and he's hiding his shot off finger. And he's like, I got to get over there and talk to these guys before they start having a real blowout on the bridge because McCoy's losing it. And he's been at that Saurian brandy again. But remember, he's like reassessing whether Spock's being a good commander and possibly deeply frustrated from off-screen stuff that this episode implies happens. So
I would just like to say that I would go and agree 100% with McCoy here. Reason being Terra Prime forever.
Terra Prime forever. I mean, I think we all know that McCoy would have joined Terra Prime. Now, back here on Triskelion, this Robert April-esque sort of gentleman here, a LaForge sort of complected man. He's not a vanilla fella. As he was slow to obey a command. They say they make it up. Kurtzman would go absolutely insane on this, guys. Forgive my glib joking, but Kurtzman would go absolutely insane on this. He would probably start screaming. What I would say here is hats off to our Star Trek prop makers. We've seen that rock wall in Roger Corby's place. We've seen it in the cloud. We'll see it again in the Cloud Minders, and we're seeing it here. You know what? That is one damn good wall of purple rocks. I feel like I feel home. Anyone else?
Hold on, I gotta find it.
I want to get myself a place out in the ruins of Triskelion, the place that's not used. I want to hang out there, and I want to enjoy the Triskelion. That's where I want to retire when I'm done with Starfleet. The purple rocks are awesome. They're not earthly.
They're purple dildos.
So,
what are little girls made of?
I will not answer this.
That one.
No,
the only chick. Yeah. You know what? Like we have like one of our on our Mount Rushmore of super hot Star Trek day playing chicks, because Uhura gets her own mountain. This chick is up there along with what's her name, Helen Noel from my
favorite
from Dagger of the Mind, and Ensign Barrows. And I'm trying to think.
She was in the one with the planet, the holiday planet.
Yeah, Shoreleave.
Shoreleave, yeah. But she does not look the same. Like they really changed her up. But Helen Noel, the way they had her looking in that is, that is a.
Is she the chick who's flirting with McCoy and puts on the princess outfit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she gets all jealous because he found a.
So Helen Noel and Ensign Barrows are the same chick. So 2 of my 3 girls are the same. Okay. I'll go with Anton Caridian's daughter Lenore.
Ooh.
She was almost naked through the whole episode.
And a 16-year difference between her and Kirk.
So if you notice, it's not a vanilla fella who's going to take a beating.
This is kind of problematic, of course. the way they got him dressed there.
Yeah, it really they didn't do the greatest job. It's just a young Uncle Philip. At any rate, young James Avery is here, and they tell Uhura, kick his ass. He's target thrall, and she's like, I'm not gonna fucking do what you say, white man. And
I think his name in the credits is Kunta.
It's Toby, actually. Is the no? That's the actor's name. Yes, the character's name is Kunta.
Okay, well, that's not awkward.
The animal print shorts did not help, but you know what? Like, we can laugh about this. Welcome back to high school with us. This is a show we've been watching since we were kids. What can I say? I'd like to say leave your bigotry in your quarters, but then where's the fun in that? Like, bring all your insanity with you.
A highly acclaimed, award-winning show.
This, I would like to point out that this uniform with the modifications for her right here still looks better than anything they ever made on New Trek.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still having a problem with my interface, so I'm going to advance this. You guys take the narrative. I'm going to leave quick and come back.
Okay.
Ooh, let's fuck up the show.
Fuck you.
Did he leave or not? There, he did leave. He did leave.
Well, guys, yeah.
So, how many Quatloos are we putting around on the next fight in this?
Oh, he's back already. Damn it. Man, I haven't even had time to order the female crew members to wear their hair loosely about their shoulders.
Oh, well, hell yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, nice sound effect.
Are we on camera?
That's a good touch. Good. That's a good touch.
Look,
hi, everybody. We love you out there. Hello to all you Star Trek fans. Listen, it's not over. Our darkest hours are they're behind us for about 10 more weeks. Then we got Strange New Worlds. Don't worry, it's only a season and a half. I don't know when the free fall or the puppet drop is. If I'm Kurtzman, I drop the puppet last episode and just leave that as your cliffhanger because it's such a piece of shit thing to do.
What are we going to do if that turns out to be funny? It might be good.
It will be funny the wrong way. We're going to laugh throughout the entire episode. I can tell you that right now.
Well,
it will be very funny the wrong way.
That puppet show should have been like a bonus material on a season DVD purchase or something like, hey, we made this fun thing for you guys, but
or even just go to the holodeck and keep it to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have killed it. It's like they go into the holodeck and they're all in puppet form for a little while, for like 5 minutes, and they goof around and they leave. Stupid, yes, but you're containing the damage. We know that what's going to happen is at some point they're going to encounter an anomaly in the first minute of the episode. And then the purpose of this episode is that Henson's creature puppet creation shop is not the Muppets, so they work cheap, right? And they're not allowed to look like the Muppets, and they don't. Their puppet sucks. Okay,
might even be CG. For all we know.
Puppet might even be CG. I think honestly, though, my feeling is they made one test puppet. He got them to make one puppet for because that guy needs work. Remember, Disney took his company and he's got money, but like he thinks that he's a really good puppet boy too, and that Daddy wasn't the only one who had puppet stuff. Like I didn't know Jim Henson cheated on his wife and was estranged from her when he when he died. So, I mean, there goes my leading theory about what Jim Henson. I thought that Jim Henson was fucking gay. I honestly fucking thought Jim Henson was gay.
No.
How can that be your life's career? And that you know what? Let's move on. Back to the Gamesters of Triskelion.
I have a Kermit puppet. I'm not going to do it though.
You know what? I have to get. When I had some money, I was going to get a Kirk puppet or a Decker puppet.
Oh, that
but
would be cool.
It would have been hilarious. And I was talking to people who work with Snow Dub to make it, but it was like to make a decent puppet, it's like $600 or $700. And I'm like, don't I really want to put that into my computer? I didn't want one that looked like shit.
I was looking into it. There's a YouTube channel of a guy that made puppets, and he showed you everything how to do it. And they were really fascinating videos. And unfortunately, the guy passed away. I'd have to look.
Well, you've got the videos, so I mean, just get to work on my puppet.
They were really good. Like he really showed you how to make them, and it was really sad. He got like a brain tumor or something, but he was excellent.
Did he live to a decent enough age, or was it tragically young too?
Mid-30s.
Oh, that fucking sucks. Fuck cancer.
It sucked, but he had a lot of videos, and he A to Z. To how to make these things with foam, and like he showed you how to do it. Like if someone throws out a couch, like you go grab one of the cushions.
A to Z, sir,
and stuff.
Sir, A to Z.
We're all speaking in universal YouTube. Sean is allowed to speak. Sean is learning Oceanic.
For RRT and Z.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Well, she'll be back later
You know what's funny? I've started to think of because anytime I hear a YouTuber video where someone says A to Z, they say A to Z. It's like
everyone's starting to say it.
Yeah.
These Americans are starting to say it.
You anchors need
I don't know where you're coming from, mate. You know,
okay, Alpha to Omega.
This is good practice for tomorrow, guys. If anyone's around tomorrow at 2 p.m. on Northern English Bastards channel, we do Miami Vice, and it's like a different. I believe the actor was, but like
Carol.
It would only stand.
Carol something.
If I had met the person who played Big Bird and they were heterosexual, I would have been very disappointed.
What was his name?
If I met Chuck Norris and he hadn't have punched me before he said hello and said now we could be friends, I would also have been disappointed.
Well, speaking of him, Admiral, I do have the statements from Commander Chipotle, played by Beltran.
Chipotle was cool
Norris.
about this. Yeah, go ahead.
What was he in with Chuck Norris? They knew each other apparently.
I think they trained together. I think the deal was he trained him.
Really? Maybe. But anyway,
Robert Beltran knows martial arts. He just didn't get to do it much in fucking Voyager.
Well, he sucked in that boxing episode. I would have beat his ass.
Well, Mr. Beltran says Chuck Norris was a study in composure amidst all of the barely contained chaos of a movie set. His physical and spiritual power combined to make him a man to be emulated. I value the moments we shared. He was devoid of phoniness and had the patience of a kung fu master.
And
well said.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran. Have said something like that.
And fuck everybody who went after him for his politics. So what if he had like an evolution of his political ideas? Anyone who says that he was wrong to change his political ideas, that means that like you're locked in the first decision you make and you can never change your mind. It's like, damn it, we voted Hitler in 1933 and we're not going to get with this Allied occupation in 1968. They're just wrong. I mean, come on. People change their minds. He wasn't like that different.
Chuck Norris may have had different politics than the people in Variety had said, but he never said a mean thing about anybody. He never said anything disrespectful about anybody, even a lot of people who deserved it, like Steven Seagal.
He was in flag-waving movies. What was he supposed to do? Run around screaming America sucks? Look how well that worked for the other people who did it.
Measured and composed and respectful. And he's like, here's my opinion, and you can defer with me if you want. He never, for them to attack him like that, just.
And, you know, he understood his brand. He was self-aware. He embraced the memeing of himself. So it was really a lesson to everybody. Yeah.
The Chuck Norris water's good.
And who didn't enjoy what? And who didn't enjoy watching late nights when you would come home lit in the early 2000s and see the Chuck Norris with Christy Brinkley workout video? And she's like, I just love doing these crunches. And like, I just love watching your fucking rack, lady. Just keep doing those crunches. And Chuck's like, yes, you're working your entire core. It's like, Chuck, I appreciate the commentary.
For sure.
When Chuck would take over and do the exercises and Christy Brinkley would cheer him on, I'd be like, please get Chuck out of there and put Christy Brinkley back onto the exercise board. But like Chuck he was man enough to be there, more man than Billy Joel. I'm from Long Island, and so is Christy Brinkley and Billy Joel. But I will say I would rather have. I had more fun watching her hang out and work out with Chuck Norris than I ever had watching her hang out with drippy ass Billy Joel. Billy Joel.
And they were in
the Family Guy. Oh, let's see how Christy Brinkley looks today. That's a shame.
But she's like 76.
No, she looks good.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the last time I saw her, she like the looks hadn't really fallen off. She was still beautiful at like 55.
She's beautiful now. She's very pretty. Yeah, how is
65?
Billy Joel? I know he had some health.
He still looks as horrible as he always did. He's a short, fat, weird, hairy guy who looks like
from New York. From New York.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
he's just some weirdo. I'm not from Long Island, New York. He's from Long Island.
I love Billy Joel.
I've seen him in concert. Come on.
You know why I don't like
hard on Billy Joel? Come on.
One, he's a lot of fun, and I have nothing bad to say about him.
It's an amazing concert.
Billy Joel's classical ability to play piano and still write modern pop songs is quite impressive. The fact that he lost a fortune and made another one is very impressive. The fact that he dated the top supermodel and married her of his time is pretty impressive. And stole her, kept her from David Lee Roth. It was between him and David Lee. He's just like, I'm going to fucking out money and outsmart you. Like, how funny must he fucking be? He must be a fucking riot to hang out with. My ex-girlfriend was friends with one of his ex-girlfriends. She said he was okay. So I have nothing bad to say about Billy Joel. It's just like his music, only some of it does it for me. I'm not so into the song story. It's like, I don't care about Brenda and Eddie. I know a lot of Brenda, and he's singing about my environment. Like, it's not celebrating something that I haven't heard of. And also like, he's kind of like
State of Mind.
Well, that one I love.
That's a great.
I love that one. That song, every New Yorker, it goes on your iPod. It's like, we'll be landing in LaGuardia in 5 minutes. You're like, turn off your electronic device. It's like, go fuck you. If this plane goes down, I'm going down listening to this. And you look out, and you've already booked your tickets hoping that you get that approach route, and you're looking out the window at the Manhattan sky. The most amazing thing, guys, you'll ever see in your life, and the closest thing to Star Wars you'll ever see, is nighttime takeoff from a New York City airport. especially the one near me in Queens, where you just take straight up, like next, like over the river next to Manhattan, and out one side of the plane, like all you see is like Manhattan at eye level, and then from 2 miles up, you just go straight up. It's fucking amazing. And nighttime landing in New York's awesome too.
The takeoff out of LA is pretty cool too. It's
We
way
have to
different,
do that
but,
one day
for different reasons. But it is cool. Just real quick thing of Billy Joel. I was watching a YouTube video and he was doing some talk at a music college, and this one kid gets up and he's like, I want to come up and play New York State of Mind, and you sing it. And I guess this kid was a prodigy or something, and everyone starts cheering for the kid and chanting his name or something, and Billy Joel's sitting there, goes, "Okay,
fuck you, that's my song."
No,
he goes, I would have preferred if he was like, "Fuck you, no."
No, he goes, "Okay," and so the kid comes up and sits at the piano, and Billy Joel says, "What key do you play it in?" And the kid goes, "What key do you want to hear it in?"
Oh, damn.
And everyone's like, and Billy.
Well, he
Joel's
was
like,
at a great
"Whoa."
conservancy, right?
Yeah. The kid says, "What key do you want it in?" And he goes,
"Drop
C
out, you have a
minor,
job."
whatever the hell it was.
Oh,
And so
yeah.
the kid plays it, and Billy Joel's so impressed, and he sings it with this kid playing. It's an amazing video.
Does he giggle like a little girl after the end and play it upside down on the piano like he's playing Salieri?
No, he gave the kid mass respect, and it turned out the guy that turned out to be really successful.
He turns out to be a nice hometown guy too.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing. Just the way he goes, "Okay, come on up, come and play it for me."
When he deploys his choir in his songs, he gets the choir from his old high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the Hicksville choir. It's the Hicksville High School choir singing on "We Didn't Start the Fire." Yeah, he's all right. It's just that he'll never be Elton John, who's 100 million times better and a great musician and one of the greatest piano players and musicians of any and all time. But I'm sorry that you didn't get a chance to see Billy. He had to cancel. Hopefully, we wish the best for Billy.
Yeah. He did. He collapsed on stage a year or so ago, and
he was playing one show a month at Madison Square Garden until they stopped selling out. And the thing was, Billy, don't you understand that everyone in town in New York that day will come see your show? It's going to sell out that day every day.
Mm-hmm.
Walk up will sell. Like if you announce Billy Joel tonight at 8 in New York City at noon, like the tickets are sold out. One thing I will never.
They're going to go.
One thing I'll never forget as a kid was I was walking through New York City, and I think it was Times Square. It said Ozzy Osbourne tonight playing Black Sabbath at the Fillmore East, and I didn't have enough money to go, and I couldn't have gotten in because I was like 13. But that's when they recorded the Speak of the Devil album where he does all the Black Sabbath stuff. So I was almost there, kicking myself, but whatever. So here we are, back in our episode of Star Trek. Yeah. What can I tell you guys? We'll just cut that. We'll buff that right out in post. So we're going to have Kirk be the target. He has gamely volunteered to step in for his men. And this is a Star Trek trope that we all love, that the captain steps forward to take the punishment. How do they handle that in Voyager? "I'm the captain. It's my responsibility. I will fight Chakotay. Tie our wrists together and give us our switchblades."
That's right.
I can tell you how they handled it in Voyager. She could have just banged Q and gotten them all home.
Yeah.
And she decided not to. And I'm like, pretty sure you stranded them there.
And everyone who dies after that's on you, you whore.
That's such a bad plot line.
Yeah.
Actually, everyone who died in the first place is on her because she couldn't build a timing device for the kaboom boom for the array.
Exactly. Yeah.
And send the case on back if it's that important. There's no ethical problem there. How does the Okampa have wisdom? But I digress. So Kirk,
Can't clean their noses.
we get a representative fight scene here for the time. And William Shatner, you can see if you look carefully at his shoes, he does have his training uniform on, but I see something on the long-range scanner. Sean, I think you've got it armed.
Teague, incoming super chat.
I have a question, says West Kegel. West Kegel, savior of the universe. I have a question. Did Scott Wiener design the costumes for the slave gladiators? I don't know. Guys, anybody have any ideas?
I don't know who Scott Weiner is or was.
Let's see.
I think the member of the California State Senate. I don't know.
It's the costume designer for Hamilton. We're gonna go with that.
I'm like,
no.
Who is this?
It's James Taylor's costume designer. Okay, it's like James, you really got to put on that. You really got to put on that Field and Stream jacket and that fisherman's hat, James.
Wait, is that the real?
Really want
the real person?
I have no idea. When I look that person's name up, everything I get on the first page is a state senator in California.
Oh, is this the
Switch
PDF
the letters
file?
around?
Is this the guy that's the PDF file?
You mean the guy who abuses coal miners?
Don't know. West, if you're out there, give us some more details so we can locate.
Oh yeah, okay. So it is the California Paul. The Paul can spank me. Yes,
that guy's he's like really controversial stuff, right?
Oh, sir, he is very, very controversial indeed. In fact, Wes Cagle, thank you for bringing that up on the show.
How dare you?
Harrison, shut up. It was funny, okay?
Bitch.
Buddy Hepburn.
Oh, and you know what? It's BDSM is his thing, not yours. But you know what, Wes Cagle? This one's for you.
Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
Okay, so Kirk survives being the drill thrall target. Galt is pretty impressed here. There's an arc to Galt, by the way. He's in this episode, and he's important enough that there's a bit of an arc to Galt where he is becoming more and more progressively impressed with the Earthmen, and he's been being he's being won over to a degree. And of course, the thralls
Lord
are
Galt. That's Lord Galt.
So we have right, Lord Galt. So Kirk, he needs the power of the patterns of force. So they give him some strawberry Fanta. They give him some grapes drink. They're like, look, we thought the target one was going to be a black dude. So we had grape drink, but it'll strengthen you throughout the battle. And it's like, I've seen the movie Friday in the historical archives. I know what the grape drink's about.
That was for the guy they brought up for punishment. It was his. And it's like, he didn't need it anymore.
Yeah, it's like we were prepared for one guy, so we got the grape drink, but like since it's you, we might have gotten something more suitable. You know what? The grape drink has some anti-pain and some stimulants in it, so drink it. Is basically what she tells him. So
Sir, that
his
was
hair
so
looks awesome.
controversial. Sir.
Oh, sir. I think Shatner's hair looks fucking fantastic here. He's like savage young Shatner, isn't he?
Yeah. They didn't need much makeup here. He just got out of our dressing room.
Yeah, her makeup's all over the collar of his of the shirt he took off before he put on his uniform shirt. It's like, we need to put our uniforms on the side. That what they didn't tell us was that shirt wasn't ripped up until he went into her trailer.
Yeah. And when she took that top off, it was like,
oh, sir. You know what? We've had enough fun tonight. It's time for the remix. Let's do it.
Steam is better.
Sir, honestly, the dogs are better.
Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir.
Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head.
Sir.
There we go. Brought to you by Wes Cagle. You know what? We don't always get to the end of the episode in a timely manner, but we do have a lot of fun on this show. All right, so after he drinks the grape drink, he gets back in there, and he's got a plan. Through tactics and strategy, Captain Kirk gets behind this guy, and fortunately for him, everybody who has a nose breathes air the same way. The Rura Pente rules don't count, and he chokes out this scumbag, and Galt's like, Very good. This is a much better story than I will be in one day, directed by Jonathan Frakes. And she's looking hot, which is her job. We have two hot women, choose your flavor. Just absolutely two beautiful women.
I've never seen somebody sit so robotically that looks so gorgeous. Like she's like, like there's nothing quote unquote sexy about the way she's sitting, but my God, is it nice?
Her features are incredible. Her body is incredible. She has like a 0.5% body fat. She's athletic enough to do a couple of these stunts. She looks great in this crazy Barbarella outfit. She's got huge fucking cans, and whatever. Like, we know she's sexy as shit, and like to make me look at someone before Uhura is a tough feat. So this actress is really hot. And she has a little bit of the martial arts skills. Unfortunately, the poor woman didn't live long enough to do more Star Trek. Angelique Pettyjohn's acting is better than we have a right to expect. And there's a lot of Star Trek chicks who just are not up to this level. But yeah. And you know what? You see her, I guess I'm going to call this acting. She's a thrall. She has a limited range of emotions. She's a near human alien. We don't know what the fuck she is. And then we've got Uhura sitting next to her being very human. So both actors giving what I would call good Star Trek sci-fi performances where it's a different kind of thing.
And
so then our
60s
Uhura
here, because she's brave and strong without being, Mary Sue.
And also, like, she doesn't have to get violent physically because she's as brave as could be, but Captain Kirk is still the captain. He's like, no, if anyone's going to take a beating because of what one of my people does, it's going to be me. And he happens to survive it. Uhura probably wouldn't have.
She doesn't break down, though. Like,
she faces down death with
like shielding her eyes and screaming and stuff, but she's tough.
She can be startled from time to time, but Uhura, if she's prepared for death, will face it down with steely-eyed determination. She'll always be the most signature Uhura line of all about her attitude towards all of this, I think is summed up in there is one person who is her personal space leader hero who she just thinks is better than other space leaders. And if this space leader became a pirate, she would be a pirate too. In Star Trek, the motion picture, when Captain Kirk leaves the bridge to have his little talk with Decker and they find out that he's been busted, Uhura says, Archie, you calm down, Ensign. Your chances of returning from this mission alive just doubled.
Yep.
That's the way Uhura sees it. She's like, the captain will probably be okay. How many of these guys is he going to kill? And we have another moment of competition. Then Galt starts talking to him. Then the providers finally chime in. They've got a few things to say. Kirk and Galt have a bit of a confrontation. He's like, you Earth people are interesting, so we're not going to destroy you, but, stop testing our patience. Just stop testing our patience. Wrong thing to say to Kirk. He's going to test your patience. Back on the ship, things have reached culmination. Spock is determined that he is going to go to the planet to check it out. His evidence is thin but tangible. The idea that they're still on that planet, if they're there, they'll find them, but they're dead by now. If they're on this other planet, we don't know. An unknown is better than definitely dead. And
yeah, I didn't like the McCoy's objection to this because there was like, here's this beam that came from this direction. Spock's like, let's follow it. Why does McCoy protest that?
He doesn't have the technical ability to protest it. He could have asked for a ruling from the science officer, but he doesn't. This scene ends in the back of the bridge in front of the turbo lift where Spock leans in and goes, I intend to pursue this course of action and you will follow my orders. And then he goes, unless it is your intention to declare a mutiny. And it almost seems like he's learned a little bit from Kirk there because there's some human in that delivery at the end.
And McCoy is, Scotty's with him in that scene, right?
Yeah, Scotty and McCoy are there, and Scotty is appalled. And Bones is thinking it over, but pretty sure they're not going to do it. And he drops, he doesn't say anymore, but he keeps thinking about it. But Scotty's appalled that the word has been mentioned. He thought that they were going to change their minds in concert, or he would see their side of it. But he never intended to disobey an order, even if he didn't think it was a good one. But he understands more of what Spock said, I guess, because he does have the technical background. The doctor, of course, might be able to dismiss this evidence a little easier, but the bottom line is, no, we're going to go investigate this. And they're with him 100%. And they're all a little more motivated than they were before their discussion. So teamwork on the bridge, we love it.
You can just
on the planet,
right on this. You can go back. Yeah, there you go. Just leave it there.
In this sequence, there's a conversation between Kirk and Shauna, and what we can tell is that this planet was once occupied by beings such as ourselves. Did they have a war? Did they evolve beyond their need to use it? What is this place? It is no longer used. We get good expositionary dialogue that's mysterious with just enough meat on the bone to not distract from our story. They know exactly how much to give us. We're satisfied with what we're going on. Kirk now vended to provider number one.
Distracted and satisfied.
We all are. Kirk now vended to provider number one. Pumps her for information. We can assume he's been pumping her for other things. It's pretty hot on Triskelion. It's got 3 suns. He's speaking to her about like what happened here. What do you know the providers? Have you seen them? Do they have bodies? Are they computers? And they kiss a little bit, and it's this is let me help you. Those words are considered very important. Let me help you now. And so they kiss, and she's like, what are you doing? And this is, of course, one of the biggest lines in Star Trek. We have, wait, take it back here. One of those points of light up in the sky you call stars. I was born on one of them. They're called planets. That one right there. I thought that was pretty cool that he could still find home from the stars and other stuff.
His
like
eyes,
that.
though, looking kind of in a different area than the sky.
Yeah, no, he's enjoying being on set with this one. Like, let's face it, the crew's figured this out by now. Everybody on set knows, like, be a little nicer to Miss Pettyjohn for the rest of the episode, or Mr. Shatner's not going to be happy. As they walk away, the conversation continues at different times. She is very guarded and defensive. She knows that the providers and Galt will hurt her. He still wants more information. This scene goes on for a pretty long time. She says 1 or 2 words too many, and she's punished. He's like, no, it's my fault. Punish me. She's screaming. She does a pretty good job of acting like she's being choked, but we don't ruminate on her face as much. We stay with our star, which makes sense. So she doesn't have as high a bar to sell. How perfect is it that we got her with her green hair for St. Patrick's Day? But again, they kiss. And Galt appears and says, because you have amused the providers, there will be no punishment. And, you guys can just go back to your room. And so she kind of takes off first, and we pull away in a shot that resolves like this. I'm only going to stop it here for one moment for a reason.
Didn't we pull out?
We pulled out as our characters walked towards our point of view and then past it. And as the camera moved, it moved with them, and the tree has moved the frame Galt like this. I think it's an awesome shot. I think this is doing a great job with your on-set cinematography. Mm-hmm. Is there any greater meaning than we're surrounding him with the deadness of the planet and the symbol of the planet's deadness? No, they wanted to be artful with their camera shot, but it serves that purpose as well. So they're not throwing away substance to get a shot. They're milking more substance out of shots they need. And this could have just been, if this was regular Star Trek, it would have been a static shot that the camera never would have moved, or it would have been a handheld cam that moved the whole time like crazy. And we would have followed them herky-jerky moving away, talking. But this ends with a great musical stroke from the orchestra, and we see Galt kind of considering it. And as I watched it today, the second time with Germ, I didn't say it, but what went through my mind is Galt now really starting to ruminate about these ideas, freedom, not listening to the providers. Kirk's, insolence and defiance is the fact that he'd be destroyed rather than fight for the providers. What do you think? Opinion, Mr. Carter. What's going through Galt's mind here?
I always found him to be pretty robotic. Like he's just going to accept whatever is told. I think he's kind of too far gone. He's more like an android than anything.
He is the most important guy on this planet. That's for sure. I don't know why he'd want to shake up the order.
I never got the sense that he was mulling over or considering anything. He's just kind of like, if the providers tell us to free them, we will free them. They do.
I think his mind works that way. However, when left to his own devices, he does consider stuff. Like he said, I find you Earth people most interesting, and made other opinionated remarks.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but he's kind of speaking almost like he's reading the providers' minds, like speaking on behalf of all three of them a little bit, like interpreting rather than giving his own opinion. I don't know.
He is pretty close to Lobot that way.
Yeah, he's not going to last long when they set these people free. He needs to be told
Galt's going to have to go be like a civil servant worker to make up for all of that.
Yeah, he's going to work at the DMV when they open.
Exactly. Germ, what do you think? Is Galt considering anything here? And what did you think of what we did with our set and our camera angle?
It's a very good camera angle. Great framing for Galt. You can see the concern on his face. He's not considering freedom whatsoever. He's considering that these new guys are trouble and hoping that the providers do something to get rid of them.
He's definitely thinking on Kirk and his unique human need to be free, and his unique human ingenuity, and the fact that, Kirk's going to say later, we're the greatest gamblers in all the universe. And also, like he has said, we're the most dangerous species out here. Don't fuck with us. He's said that a few times, and it's something Archer seems to have a gut instinct about too. Like whenever people start beating him up and he starts quipping with them, I'm like, he's trying to convince them that we are really not to be fucked with.
Oh yeah. Like when he's confronting the Xindi reptilians.
Right, or when the Suliban beat him up a couple of times. Back on the ship, we have some very believable stagecraft. Yeah, he's become number 2 to me as well. Wow. A step above Cisco. Germ's getting angry right now. Germ?
It's a close call, but Cisco is definitely higher.
Oh, come on, guys.
Wow. You're calling it a close call.
And Kathy is the number 1 captain out there. Come on.
Here's
Michael
the thing,
Spock.
though, Germ. Let me challenge Germ. Archer was the way he was, but he was the first one. He was blazing the trail. I think if Archer would have had the benefit of all the history of the Federation the way Cisco did, he would have been better than Cisco. Archer did all of this stuff through gut instinct. Cisco did it through training and history.
A lot of educated guesses, more than gut,
Cisco
but yeah.
Had more of a problem with all the history and the weight of Starfleet and the Federation holding him back. You can tell when he gets past that and starts making the right choices, not what he's supposed to do, that's when he really gets things done.
Okay.
I don't remember Archer,
I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay.
Archer doesn't get bossed around by chicks here and there like Cisco tends to do.
True.
And he was a cooler mirror presence by a lot, even though people say things about that mirror Archer.
But Jerm's right, though. Like Cisco had to shed a lot of, I don't want to say training, but like he had to kind of come into his own in a lot of ways, and he did. Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about it that way.
It's true. He had to join Bajor Brith.
Well, yeah, because Cassidy was gone a long time. He did had to come on his own quite a bit. I mean, wait, what? Huh? We were talking about something else, weren't we?
That took me a second.
He took it to the hole.
Anyway,
All
now
right.
that I took this down to middle school, I
love this
performance here, and I loved it. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. I was one beat early. Here is our final argument at the back of the bridge. Now, McCoy and Scotty are both pretty pissed that we've taken what looks to McCoy to be a wild goose chase, and Scotty doesn't know enough about the information that the science officer hasn't shared with him yet. Apparently, a good conference would have been a nice thing to have, but like Spock's got more in his mind and he's way ahead of the rest of the crew. And we could say easily his non-human side is showing as far as not holding that, conference with the rest of the crew to get them up to speed. So whatever, it's on a pretty empty bridge. Rather than go to the conference room where this conversation belongs, we go to the back of the bridge and very quietly, without having to light up another set and drive up production costs, have an almost equally effective conversation. And this is where he says, gentlemen, I'm going to do this my way, unless it's your intention to declare a mutiny. I believe this is where he is delivering the line. Yep, there we go. Unless.
I think the intentions of the writers were good here, but the thing is, Spock's decision, Kirk would have decided to do the same thing Spock is doing here. Like, you have one lead. You have nowhere. You have the whole galaxy to look for them, but you have one little piece of evidence that might point the direction.
And a
Kirk
dead
would have
planet.
known what Spock is doing, and they wouldn't have questioned him.
And let's remember, Bones is also cheering on the idea. It's like, damn it, Spock, you're captain now. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
He's dead, Spock.
And Spock's like, no, I'm going to look for them.
Yeah, McCoy's more convinced that they're still back on that first planet.
But dead.
But they would have been dead, though. Yeah, I mean, there's no way they would have
Not-
survived.
Not necessarily. He thinks they beamed down. They just missed them.
Yeah, but wasn't that planet toxic or?
It
No,
wasn't
it's perfectly safe.
It was safe enough, at least where they were going. They were going to and we don't even know. All we know is that there was a communications and navigational, computing equipment on the planet. They went down there to check and service it, maybe swap out a few mods, do an upgrade, do a Wi-Fi speed test, and leave. And they end up going to a totally different planet. So we don't know if they were going to a server room or an entire, Federation facility. It never comes into it.
Yeah, I still. What do you get? Do you guys think Kirk would have done what Spock has chosen to do? I think he would have.
Kirk would have done what Spock has chosen to do, and no one would have questioned him because by now he would have talked to everyone about it. He would have stopped
so
everything on the bridge.
It was just the way Spock dealt with it then.
He didn't have a moment where he stood up in front of the chair and said, gentlemen, this beam is our only clue. If they're on the planet, they're as good as dead. And there's also a Federation search party here. We can go and take this 1 in a million chance and maybe get our friends back, or we can resign ourselves to fate. I, for one, think it's a calculated risk I am willing to take. And they all would have been like, sir, we can milk a little more out of the engine. Sir, course is laid in.
Okay, so it was just Spock's command style that was causing this.
Yeah, and if they had a problem with it, they could have just left a shuttlecraft with a search team to keep searching the planet where they chase down that.
Bones thought they were either on the surface but lost or hidden, or dematerialized and stuck in the transporter beam. He did ask about that, and Scotty never volunteers. It's like, yeah, I think someone could probably stay in that transporter beam for over 80 years. At least me. I won't work as hard at keeping the pattern intact for the guy who goes in with me. Who needs him anyway? Wes Cagel's cheering for Hoshi. You know what? Maybe we need to see Sir again.
Steam is better.
Sir, honestly, the dogs are better.
Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir.
Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head.
Sir. Sir.
All right, that's 2 sirs for tonight. We can remove that one from the studio. We've thoroughly covered that version of sir. Don't worry, we have a lot of other sirs. Sir. All right, so this is the conclusion of the Near Mutiny, and what happens is Scotty and McCoy are motivated and go right back to work.
Oh, we're not sharing the screen there.
Yeah, by the way, just Scotty has something to do. Notice McCoy just remains and ruminates. Good acting decision by the director and all performers, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
That's called respect for the military structure.
Yeah,
They
they were
threw a
very
little
military
humanity in
there.
They threw a little conflict, but they ultimately went back to this is a military organization, a military vessel, and we're going to do it in the military way.
And McCoy, didn't have the strongest case in the first place, but when he was given the new information, he's like, well, that really does change everything. And he keeps thinking. He's like, I guess I should have read the memo about that highly focused beam of light.
Yeah, the current stuff would have had the entire episode a big argument and conversation and argument after another.
I would just like to know if anyone else thinks that maybe Alex Kurtzman found this part of the episode to be really upsetting, and that maybe he probably went full on hey when what was about to happen happens. And here we go. So as you can see, Captain Kirk passionately kissing this beautiful green-haired woman here. And then see the classic Shatner move the hand to the front of the shoulder. Eyes are fully closed. Opens it for a moment.
Looking at him like they've already been together. You know they've already done it.
Damn. Why can't I get that right?
Why is the logo up?
So that I can do the so I can set up the shot without having to get a copyright strike.
Nice.
Jump around, jump up, jump up, jump around. What can I do?
The most unbelievable part of the episode that she's a trained warrior, and he gives a little knock, and she's just out.
He is Captain Kirk, and she's just some chick. He is a trained warrior as well. Yeah, you're right.
I was trying to find. I found that Walker Texas Ranger clip where he backfists a girl in the car.
Oh, sir. Very controversial.
So he jumps into the car from a helicopter or another truck or something. She's trying to fight him. He just backfists her, knock her out.
She had it coming.
Bagel has it right here. Hey, Lady Gaga, what did the 5 fingers say to the face?
Oh. So we're going to try another escape here. And the idea is I threw a phaser at Lars. If I can find that, we can use it to short circuit the collars. And of course, Galt appears and they're like, fuck. And he's like, the providers then start to talk to them. And can you guys hear the people fighting and selling drugs in the hallway? It's great. We've gotten close enough to the planet. They're about to make a decision. Do we go down in massive force or do we hold off on the ship and, scan? And so the idea is, you know what? We'll scan. Meanwhile, myself and the doctor will go down and make sure, everything's cool on the planet. And then the lights in the ships to flicker and the voice of Provider 1 comes across and they can all hear it, as can the people on the planet. all of them, thralls, everything. And we get the deal made here that we get made in Savage, Curtain, and Arena. Because we will use all of you as drill thralls, or because your fate is tied up in this, or because whatever, we're going to let you watch. And so it's like all of a sudden, it's like the ESPN logo appears on their screen, right?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
I always found, you know what, Chuck Norris is in that movie too. I always like the way they handle these weird communications to ships. Like Kirk just kind of looks up to a point in the sky where he figures the Enterprise must be. Is he visually tracking the ship as he managed to find it in the sky? We don't know. We don't know what Kirk sees.
He didn't have Zephram Cochrane's telescope.
No, he didn't. That's true. That's a much smaller ship. But they have no control over what's going on. It's confirmed they can't control the ship. This chick's still pretty hot. We were glad that she was in the episode. It's not Lieutenant Palmer from the Doomsday Machine. You know what? I mean, Kirk is, he's kind of built like a baseball player at this point. Not a particularly strong one or an outfielder, but maybe a middle infielder.
Yeah, second base.
Yeah, exactly. So he dares the providers to show themselves, and he appears, and they have stolen Lazarus'
way farther than
ship.
second base, but you know.
Yeah, Captain Kirk has been hitting home runs for a while on this planet. So we go down and we see the guys from my Play-Doh collection. As I thought as a kid, I was like, wow, Play-Doh is aliens from Star Trek. And these are the providers. And they say...
do you guys notice what other episode this backdrop was used in?
Yes, it's the top of Lazarus' ship from Alternative Factor. Oh, wait, the backdrop? It was used in 2 episodes.
You're right, though, about the dome. I didn't think of that, but the backdrop.
The background is from Devil in the Dark, as well as it's part of the matte painting that we see the lithium cracking station on in Where No Man Has Gone Before, I believe.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yes, so we see it twice.
Yep.
All right. Admiral Teague with his matte painting tracking skills. And it's a cool matte painting. We love it. We've also seen this cave before with Roger Corby. It looks great, lit up with like the purple and brown highlights. It looks very unnatural. We've got some of that great Star Trek music going. Yeah. And it's like, where are the greatest gamblers in the entire universe? And this is like, when we talk about this being a manly episode for William Shatner, it's like, daring these blobs of protoplasm to have a fight to the death and gambling for all the marbles and his entire crew. And then they give him terms like, how's that fair? And they're like, well, considering your alternative is death. It sort of sounds like might have been the same voice actor who plays that weird, funky Roman emperor type guy from the first chapter of Heavy Metal movie.
Or the Metron.
I choose death. That guy from Heavy Metal. If that's my choice, I choose death. It's like that's what one of the last provider sounds like, and he's a big time voice actor, so who knows? And he makes his pitch. The providers are going to edge. This is the deal. He will fight. It's going to be 3-on-1, and if he loses, they get the ship and all the crew. If he wins, they have to introduce freedom and the rights of man on the planet. He'll take them at their word of honor. Not like these soulless monsters would do something horrible like create a reality TV game where people kill each other for fun for eons on end. So Kirk makes a deal with them. And the thing is, I guess the canon with this one is their society must have been built on gambling. Like these guys never had FanDuel off their phone. They were just gambling all day until they turned on the OTB app. So once they are challenged with the gamble, they have like a hard, fast set of gambling rules where they obey the wagers. And what do they say? Competitions of sport are the only thing that give us pleasure after a millennia in this form. Because, again, they were once like us. but they've evolved into these physically simple, intellectually sophisticated creatures you see before us. And he's like, I don't see any sophistication in your brutality. And he taunts them and does the usual Kirk thing, talks to them like they're a computer. Some great Shatner acting here. Some of the greatest manliness in all of Star Trek. And this is a long confrontation with the providers, which is going to be followed by a fight, which we can only describe just so well. So this is the point where I'm going to ask my panel if they want to talk about Provider 3 was the voice at the beginning of Mission Impossible that gave the mission brief before the tape self-destructs. Makes sense. It's still Desi Lu for the rest of this season. Makes a lot of sense.
Did you catch that or look that up? I mean, either way, that's
way to go. Research. Yeah. Buddy Hepburn, I suspect, knew this one. But even if you didn't, I appreciate helping make this a better show. I wager 1 million Quatlus, says our good friend Wes Cagle. You know what? The Quatlu is the official coin of the nation of Alberta. They're worth as much there as any other coin from Alberta. Anyway. Go ahead, guys. Kirk and the providers.
Angelique Pettyjohn's clitoris will explode in 6 seconds unless you.
If you or any of your Impossible Mission Force should be caught or captured, you'll of course be allowed to have sex with Angelique Pettyjohn before you're executed. Before the mission, report to this address. So, guys, Kirk versus the providers, making the bet of a lifetime of 342 lifetimes. What do you guys think of this? And however many tens of thousands, I guess, Thrall are on the planet. How many are there? I don't even know.
I'll go last.
A little less? I don't know. A few thousand Thralls on this planet. They got a Long Island size of occupied territory on this fucked up planet. Germ, what do you think about Shatner's performance here? And what do you think of the providers? Would you say that this is a near perfect society from their point of view and that nothing needs to change? And would you like to be a provider? And where do these rank on aliens that you've seen in Star Trek? Go ahead.
Very unique aliens, basically disembodied brains. So I understand why they like to gamble. All their other vices are no longer possible. So that's all they got left. Great acting by Shatner. Great exploitation of their biggest vice. In that situation, they're going to take whatever bet he has.
This is the most exciting thing they've had in 10,000 years, which is watching randos fight and kill each other.
And betting made up money.
But yeah, exactly. Like, what are they going to do with these Quatlus anyways? Like, I am going to take my Quatlus to the beach. It's like, we kind of blew that up years ago, sir. JT, what do you think of Kirk and the, I'm sorry, finish your thought, Jerm. Please, go ahead.
Well, yeah, the brains aren't really going to go anywhere to spend the money. The Thralls really don't have the right to go buy anything, so they're making up these Quatlus. They're pulling numbers out of the sky when they're betting these Quatlus.
Have the providers gone insane? Is that the answer here? That the providers are insane?
Right there, it's like it's the only vice they have left.
And also,
I hadn't thought of that in that way. That's a really cool observation.
My takeaway from this one was this is the biggest adrenaline hit they've had in like 100,000 years since the first time they've made this kind of shit happen. This is like, it's like, I've got a crack pipe, and they're like, right? JT, you want to jump in on this one and give us your opinion?
Jump in on the crack pipe.
Jump in on Shatner's manliness first and what a great job he's doing here taunting these providers, and then talk about them as aliens and what you think of what they're doing.
Well, I'll just say, and this might not be a popular thing, but when I watched this for the first time, I'm like, man, I wish they had done a better job with these It looks like Play-Doh aliens. To me, a brain without a head. I don't really care for the aliens. I just don't. This is a little
We're
too
used
Wizard
to
of Oz.
seeing brainless people. Doesn't this explain a lot of the people we saw in Kurtzman Trek who just have no? I mean, here's what this is what happened to Jaden, man. Gaden's brain is here, man. So is the doctor.
Well, to me, this is a little too Wizard of Oz like, and I've seen that movie, and it's whatever. I think he does a good enough job acting in front of 3 pieces of Play-Doh. That's not a lot for you to go off of. It's more than a green screen, but not much. So, I'm not going to fault him for that. Is it their only vice? Maybe.
Unless one of those Thrall girls are coming to that bull and giving him a lobe massage.
Maybe they've got a holodeck somewhere or some kind of virtual reality that they dial into and do all the other horrible things, but that's headcanon. That's not anything we see here. The Quatloos thing, it's like funny. Yeah, it's kind of campy. It just is a little too campy for my taste. And this is where season 2 of Star Trek kind of gets not the highest scores of mine. They're not all my favorites. And part of that is this. Yeah. I just
outlier opinion.
Yeah, well, I know, but I'm also from a different generation that didn't watch this before we had TNG and all the rest. So
true.
JT,
I'm not saying any of it's bad. I'm not saying any of it's bad. Okay. I does not like.
JT, did you do the analysis sheet that I sent you on this one?
I did.
What was your score out of 100 on it?
It was, well, and keep in mind, this is on its own scale of TOS. Yeah. So I gave this whole episode a 71.
Okay.
Which is a low C. It's about average for every of the other episodes. I know this is a favorite episode for a lot of people. I know it is. For me, that's coming into it just, whatever. I'll watch them compared to all the others. I don't have any childhood memory of this over anything else. There's not a big emotional or memory type of thing tied to it. It's just another episode of Star Trek that I get to watch and say, this is how I feel. And I think
that's the good thing. A favorite episode doesn't have to be perfect. It can just be your favorite episode.
Sure. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think probably my favorite episodes in TNG are probably some of the ones that everybody else is going to rate the lowest. But
you may even technically rate it the lowest as the sheet, and we'll show the chat the grading score that I devised here. But when I show mine, you'll see like this is one of my favorites, but it gets pretty low score.
Right. And so is it what it needs to be here for the climax to the story? I think it is, but it is just so campy. I feel like I'm watching an episode of like Batman almost at this point. And that's not the actor's fault. I just don't think there was the budget. And I think this story is probably a 2-part story that they had to make fit into TV, or maybe another 15 minutes. And they could have done so much more. This could have actually been a movie and done pretty well.
Maybe where they had the freedom to make 120 minutes or 70-minute show, 75-minute show.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. This is the movie Gladiator meshed with The Wizard of Oz. And both of those movies are 3 hours long? Something like that.
Wizard of Oz, 90 minutes?
It feels way longer than that.
Is very short.
Is it?
Yeah.
It feels like a long movie to me.
It's 20 minutes in black and white, 45 minutes to an hour in color, and then like 10 minutes in black and white.
An hour 42.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
The thing is, that was like what 7 film reels and a lot of work for a bunch of projectionists, and
Yeah.
two different projectors, right? You needed a different one for the color. I don't fucking know how they did this shit. I don't know. All I know is that they had very primitive warp cores.
Wasn't black and white; it was sepia.
Was it? Oh wow! So what we see has been like has been
to
black and white to be less. Well, they didn't know which way they were going to go when they made Wizard of Oz. Sepia tone might have been the more prevalent medium. It's just that like less sepia tone movies got saved. It was less stable, I guess. Maybe it was cheaper.
I may be wrong, but I remember that for some reason.
Sure. So, again, when I'm going into this, I don't know if it's time for our final score. I just think this is a serviceable climax to our story, and maybe nothing more. And I think when you look at what he's wearing here, you see a lot of camp and a lot of just stuff that I want a hyper serious Star Trek, and you don't really get that this week.
See, I think that without this, though, we don't get Mr. Marcellus Wallace getting his revenge in that basement in Pulp Fiction. I think that, and R.I.P. to the Gimp who passed this week. But I mean, this is, if you like Tarantino, yes, if you like Tarantino and you like Tarantino loving Star Trek, this is exactly what he was fucking looking at. Like, I love the BDSM outfit; it's hilarious, Right? Sure. This is why I watch Star Trek, and this is why Quentin Tarantino says fire everyone. I'll come back and try to fix it.
Mm-hmm. So you had a lot of parts and pieces to your question, Admiral. Did I get enough of those? I think I did.
Yes, there are enough things that you did not like. I think I filled out the form correctly, but let's just say that Kirk here goes on a long discussion with the providers where he ultimately persuades them that I have got a bet that you can't turn down. We've got not just us who are fascinating to you, but now our ship has come here. The Federation's going to check this out. And they're like, fuck that. We'll make up some bullshit story. And he's like, yeah, you might not have the best thing going for you. You can just let us go. And they're like, no. And he's like, all right, tell you what then, we'll fight. You've got a whole ship full of my people. Like, we're already the most interesting people you have. For all we know, this is Thrall Station 1, and there's like 60 more of these around the planet. You know what I mean? Certainly it's scalable. We got replicators on the ship. We're not going to run out of anything soon, right, Tetrarch? I mean, come on. We've got we're following the Yellow Brick Road. By the way, the Red Brick Road, does anyone know where it leads?
No.
Quadling County. There you go. A little Wizard of Oz trivia for you.
Wait, what? Mm-hmm. Are you serious? That's a thing?
There's a Yellow Brick Road and a Red Brick Road. Yellow Brick Road goes to the Emerald City, and the Red Brick Road goes to Quadling County. By the way, the Emerald City is a metaphor. Yes, I wish there was a Quatlu County, but it's Quadling County. But the thing is, The Wizard of Oz was written by an economist, and many people believe it is a metaphor for the paper money crisis of 1889. There's a crash, and then there was a talk about moving from coinage to paper money, and paper money that had like seals on it for a long time. So there was a long discussion, and Cowardly Lion represents William Jennings Bryan, and the Scarecrow represents Midwest farmers, and the Emerald City, Emerald, the ruby slippers in the book, they were the silver slippers. And so you can see how this is all like, what is the Wizard of Oz, an ounce of gold. So a lot of people have speculated that the Wizard of Oz, which was written by a guy who was an economist, was just, he used the crash of 1889 and some other stuff. And the book had been kicking around for like 25 years. And yeah, that wasn't even the first Wizard of Oz movie.
That all makes so much sense.
Yep. So think about it.
Was Dorothy just that Hua from New Jersey?
She was just an observer. Yeah, her and Toto did have a role in this. They're the American,
was it? It
No, this
wasn't
was
about. Okay, good.
This was broken space capitalism that needed a quick, like, tire change, because there was an economic meltdown in the 1880s or 90s, and then the movie comes out during another economic meltdown. So it's really perfect for that time. And what happens is there's all these crazy stories about the movie, but they follow the yellow brick road to the city of Oz, right? To the Emerald City in the land of Oz. And it's all about like fiat currency. Yeah.
So then who are the flying monkeys in that story?
Flying monkeys would probably be the I know this. Let's start with things I know. The Scarecrow is the farmers. The Tin Man is industry in the East. And the reason why they don't get along is because long and short haul railroad prices make it the same price to ship your grain from no matter where you are. Pennsylvania farmers and Montana farmers get nothing. Doesn't matter where you are. Railroads are ripping everybody off. That has to be dealt with. Trust busting comes up later. The Cross of Gold speech by William Jennings Bryan is woven into it. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Who is the Scarecrow? The Scarecrow is farmers of the Midwest who cannot get their crop to market. So here we go. We're going to have our brawl. And as usual,
fucking deep right there. Jesus. Wow.
Admiral Teague knows a lot of stuff.
I learned something. Wow.
When they do Wizard of Oz on Movies We Love, I volunteered to come on and do the setup. This way, we could have information like when we did Patton. It might have been relevant to the idea that he was kind of a crazy guy, that he had been in the fucking Olympics. Like that might have been worth mentioning. But military arts, that must have been a really fucking fun thing to watch, huh? Patton won a gold medal in the Olympics and was disqualified because he put bullets through the same hole. It's my favorite part of the breakdown. Oh, I thought you were going to put the next part of the song with the crazy circus music is my favorite, because I think that's Patton's breakdown. But
I couldn't hear it for some reason.
There's a volume knob above the sounds.
Yeah, I tweaked it, but I just my thing's.
Oh, maybe it's stuck with mine, because mine was still at like 2/3. That might be what it was.
No, I saw it move when you tweaked it. It's weird. Google.
We've seen this a few times before, and we're going to see it again, where the people on the crew are going to watch reality TV of Kirk maybe dying. This has never bothered me as a Star Trek thing, but they didn't keep on doing it. Like, for instance, it doesn't happen in Darmok. I don't understand why the idea was the whole crew had to be in on watching this, except that what else do we have them to do? And their reactions are interesting. I like how Spock is sitting on the chair. It's just like, bring me my cell phone. I want to put in some bets with Kalshi.
Hold on, you brought it up, so I got to mention it. But Darmok, the whole key was that the Enterprise crew didn't know what was going on. That's why they tried to beam Picard out. If they would have seen what was happening, where he was trying to save the buddy, they would have left him be.
Or they would have sent down a security team, yeah.
Or beam both of them up.
Right. Okay, fair enough. But I can't think of another occasion after TOS. I can't think of one in TNG or in Voyager or Deep Space Nine or even Enterprise. They're like, because your captain's fate will decide your own, you will watch on your ship's view screen. Like, that happens like 5 times in this show. It doesn't happen in any other Star Trek show I could think of. And I'm really trying to think if it happens in TNG, because if it happens in anyone, it's probably that one. Anybody have anything coming to mind? I can't think of anything.
Well, it might have been who was doing the Q-tip fighting in TNG in the season 1. Was it Riker or was it Picard? I think it was Riker, wasn't it?
Yeah, against his father.
No. I'm talking about season 1.
That's what I thought you meant.
Where they fight with the women and all of that to the death. And
Oh, are you talking about Code of Honor where Tasha Yar has like the cestus and like it's covered with poison spikes? Like this, I understand. They all went down to the planet to watch in person.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay.
So we never.
So there is a difference then. Never
We
mind.
never do this again after Gene is gone. And we don't do it again for Gene's return either. And also, like, you know, I guess we could say V'ger does it to them. He's like, I have sent a replicant on your ship so I can watch you. And she's like, I will now take a shower.
Well, the Voyager crew did get to watch Paris and Janeway lizards get it on.
Only Chakotay, and the look on his face, he couldn't have fired fast enough. He takes one look at them, his reaction shot, and then they see the salamanders again. He's already got his phaser leveled, and he fires off 2 quick shots. He's just like, I've had enough of this shit. But I think that Robert Beltran's performances are going to be more paid attention to in Voyager, and I think future Voyager analysis is going to have like, why didn't we use Robert Beltran said more, because he's been distinguishing himself, and the New Trek people really put him down. The New Trek people really put him down. They changed that memory alpha to say that he lied about his heritage when it was the showrunners. Exaggerated, common Hollywood stuff. Yeah. They lied when they said that fucking thing that took over the Enterprise was a fucking woman in season. Was it the Enterprise or the Discovery that had the trans pirate taken over?
I never watched that one.
JT?
Oh, Buddy Hepburn.
I am trying to remember that, Admiral, and
I am not
forgotten 90% of everything that ever happened in Discovery. So you could tell me it happened, and I would just kind of believe it at this point, because my mind filtered some of that stuff. And, you know, they're barely 2 seasons worth of episodes that they spread out over, 6 seasons or something.
5, yeah.
It took them like a decade to make that shit, and everybody stopped caring more than halfway through. Like, in the fact that show went to the future, but then we were all supposed to remember, but then also forget everything that happened in the past when convenient. I'm like, this was a totally redone show, and they redid it even worse than what they were trying to escape from by flying way into the future for no good reason.
It didn't help them out at all.
No.
They actually, as their, oh, hey, you know, good night and God bless to John the Beagle, Dad.
Oh, good night, John.
Good night.
Good night, John.
And for Buddy Hepburn,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
We are before us when the Voyager reviews happened. The members of Saving Star Trek would sometimes meet in secret and disagree quietly with the very low ratings. We wouldn't say have a completely different vision of what happened, but we might not be as hung up on some stuff like previously. I think Voyager didn't get a lot of respect. I think that it has leveled up over the years, the way that they said that like Rise of Skywalker would. And if it was one, the show becomes better and more self-aware. It's sort of like a good news sandwich. It's bad, it's good in the middle, and then it's kind of bad at the end. Like that middle part is good. And, you know, corrections and things to make the fans happier. Captain Proton, for instance, that was a lot more fun than things that we had done previously. And as Sean has said, it doesn't always work, but they do everything they can to get the sci-fi out there in Voyager.
Voyager tried to be sci-fi in almost every episode. They tried. It didn't
There
always
was a desire, yeah.
But there was legitimate science fiction effort.
But you look at something as failed as Fusion, right, where they turn into salamanders. They were trying to do something. They just like first they fucked up Warp 10, then they realized they couldn't fix it. Then they fucked up Evolution. He shoots forward, then goes backwards, becomes a monkey man, and then a salamander.
Yeah, it was. You know what? That episode was the equivalent. The Enterprise episode that's the equivalent of that is E2 or E squared. They really tried to do science fiction. All the ingredients were there. The cake didn't come out right.
Which one is E squared? Remind me of the plot again.
Where the 100-year-old Enterprise comes in because they went 100 years in the
Oh,
future.
on Enterprise. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, E squared was the one that like whiffed.
E
Yeah,
squared is like the Salamander episode from Voyager. Like all the little, they checked all the boxes of science fiction. It just didn't come out good.
Yeah, they had a tendency to try too hard with some scripts, and once they realized they were in a corner, they just bailed on it.
Is Alice Krieg in Voyager? Is she a Borg, or is she just plays another alien?
Yeah, she comes back at the end for Endgame.
Oh, okay, as the Borg Queen. All right. So, by the way, when this Andorian gets thrown to the ground, the back of his shirt goes up, and you can see that, in fact, he's got peach-colored skin on his back. And this guy, he's got the Kirk be good wand. He's like, pulling an Indiana Jones on Kirk. And Kirk manages to get a broken spear, toss it at this jackass, and doesn't really kill him. So he gets replaced by an Andorian who thinks he's a badass.
Yeah, this is the first Andorian we see, right? Or
no effort made to repatriate him, by the way. That's like, he'll have to learn how to live here.
Had we seen Journey to Babel at this point?
I think Babel's season 1, right?
Oh, wait. Journey to Babel is season 2, episode 39.
So it's the middle of season 2. We're right about there. We're one episode before or after it, actually. We're within 2 episodes either way.
Let's see.
I know the Doomsday Machine is coming. And weirdly enough, I think the Apple might have been the previous episode.
Oh,
to this
okay. Triskelion is season 2, episode 45.
All right, so 5 episodes
we knew
before.
who the Andorians were. Maybe they shot it out of order, or they just, hey, we need an alien costume, put it in him. Because
Why wouldn't they just have an Andorian?
There's an Andorian here.
He recognizes it. He seems to. And also, it's kind of immaterial. Although the fact it's like, I guess it could have been said off screen. He'd been like, scan for life signs of known species from, people we have alliances with, and bring them back. Because the Andorian would be a Federation citizen.
Well, at this point in science fiction, I think they're like, just here's a costume, put it on.
I think you're absolutely right.
They needed an alien. There was a cantina scene of various people, and then okay, just use what we got.
I didn't know that they actually had outright killed Caveman, and then they outright kill Lars. Kirk dodges the spear meant for him, and Lars gets it. Oh well. And now it's down to him and Shauna, and hesitation to be the one to kill is affecting them both. And Galt, who seems to have the same eye disorder as She-Hulk, has like one eye looking off in a weird direction. Does anyone else see this?
Yeah.
Got the Marty Feldman thing going on.
Yeah, what the hell?
Do it, Teague. Do it.
Okay.
I was half expecting her to play some more vulnerable.
Wait, hold on.
Oh no. I was expecting her to try to play the vulnerability thing on him, which is what they do in Voyager during the Zunkatse episode, right? With the Rock and Seven, and then that old Hirogen and all that crap. But I was expecting her to be like, Kirk Unit, I'm with child or something. And then
I think she is, as far as beta canon. There's a book, isn't there, Germ?
I believe there is a book that mentions this planet again, but I'm not sure of the details.
I think it's ruled over by her child with Kirk. I think, is it in Spock's world? What book is this in? If anybody remembers, let us know. We're scanning the chat for your answer.
Hold on. I there it is. I'm just capturing my new image for my cell phone contact.
Uh-oh. Is this for me or is this?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, I have a funny feeling I know what it is. Is it in motion when you see it too? Like when it rings, will my eyes cross and uncross?
I don't think I can do that. Can you do it?
I could be like one of those cat clocks on the wall. Like you could take that, make a GIF of it, put it on your wall, and make it into a clock. So like my eyes would just be like the second hands going back and forth, and then like the time would be on the bottom. So the thralls are free. Shauna takes off her collar as well. And Kirk is like, I've already had a lot of sex with you, and I'm dating a few women on the ship. We can't take you with us. But the providers have promised you schools. And, you know, if I know anything about the providers, they're damn big on their word because they're like degenerate gamblers, and we given them a new way to amuse themselves. He swapped out like an endless game of fucking like handheld poker game for a city builder game. This might actually be a better challenge for the providers. The Prime Directive's a fucking disaster, but does this apply to fucking slave planets? So no big fucking deal. Anybody?
No, it really wouldn't apply since the providers actually have superior technology and they obviously all know about space travel. No real contamination to the culture.
There's no culture. It's a prison planet that shouldn't exist. The only people native to it are the providers. Everyone else was shanghaied and forced to be part of their crazy reality show that was some kind of weird cross between Fear Factor, American Gladiators, and To Tell the Truth.
So are you attempting to draw a parallel with communist China?
Yeah, why not? We do it every week.
A prison planet. A bunch of people that think they know better in charge, and all the rest.
I would say this: if this had been a Disney production, perhaps instead of a stucco wall behind them in the distance, we would see a factory where people worked because they were so happy, and that they had to keep the machine guns pointed out to keep people from coming into the factories, like Mitt Romney noticed.
Fair enough. Mitt Romney?
We might have a.
Was that the gentleman with the binders full of women?
He was saying about how successful the factories in China were, that they needed to put security and machine guns and walls around them to keep people from breaking in for jobs. He also said that he loved going to Michigan because the trees are the right height. Is that an unforgettable, weird thing to say, guys?
Out of all the things you would say, that you've clearly never been there. Like, yeah.
There we go. I got it.
On my deathbed with my nephews like, Uncle T, is there anything you want me to know? I just grab him by the shoulder and be like, go to Michigan, boy. The trees are the right height.
Your new avatar on my phone there.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Oh,
that's perfect.
Why not? All right.
My wife's going to look through my phone and go, the fuck is this?
You don't know the person's wife is destined to hate me.
No,
Save me, Jeebus.
I talk you guys up. You're in as high regard as possible.
You know what? I think all that regard is going to go out the window, like in a couple of years, where Tony shows up and is like, "I've got this awesome schematic to build my studio in your backyard. I need to live here for free."
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Tony and I will be sharing a one-bedroom flat at the edge of Tony's town.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Tony and I will be sharing a one-bedroom shack with one light bulb in it at the edge of Sean's town. Once a month, he'll like drive by with his truck, slow down, and his stepson will use a snow shovel to push the food off. It's like, can't come to a full stop, guys. Can't not come to a full stop.
Did you just suggest that my stepson will do manual labor?
I thought, yeah, might be good for the
some
line.
science fiction there, folks.
You know what? We bought you some science fiction. I like this final speech between Kirk and Shauna. I think that he has a much better solution than flawed non-Captain Pike, who does not belong on Star Trek and who would not have been able to make this show work and would not have gotten the second season, even if he is an interesting character. Captain Kirk, and wow, hey, Ruby Hoove. Wow, let me jump over to the scanners. I got it. Oh, go for it, Sean.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Thank you for gifting a Admiral Teague membership, which was obtained by Alice of the Hole. Welcome aboard, Alice. Ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. Thank you, Ruby Hoove. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ruby Hoove 9. All right. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Welcome to the community. Check out some of the crazy member chats, and there will be a member stream for March. Hopefully in March. Like we did 2 in January, February we didn't make one in, and then like March is looking like another 2. So that we can return to doing one at a time in April. And as you can see, again, I have tried to talk to my neighbors time and time again about how you steal a car and how to disarm the car alarm. But as you can see, no one wants to listen to me. But I do see something else on the long range.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Ruby Hoove, good night. We will leave you plenty more entertainment. Guys, this next segment underwritten by our great friend Ruby Hoove. Thank you so much for your generous gift. You are a member of the Q Continuum and a wonderful member of our community. Thank you for making one more person a member of our community. We have up around 80 members now. It should be a fun meetup. And Headcase is giving it up. And Kronos says, dang, you're from New York, Kronos. You're not allowed to say dang. So Shatner, in this final segment, is farewell to Shauna, and you're going to be fine. It's like, I've made a little decision. You're going to rule this planet, and I'll see you later. And they have technical context. They've seen that, so the beam off kind of freaked her out. But the look on her face. This is some really perfect acting. Angelique Petitjean did have natural beauty and natural acting talent. It's too bad things didn't work out for her to have more roles. I would have liked to have seen her in more Star Trek, if not of this character, as someone else. By the time of Next Generation, she was only 49 years old. She could have been Admiral Nechayev or someone like that. It's a real shame. This is one of our top 5 female co-stars. Edith Keeler, her, I don't know who else would be on our Paramount mountain of Mount Rushmore, our Paramount Rushmore.
That would be a really good show.
The 5 top TOS chicks.
Female guest stars.
Meanwhile, on Enterprise, it would be like top 5 female guest stars. Like, well, we have 5, so we've got. We're gonna have to throw Hoshi and DePaul in there.
Not recurring characters, but guest stars.
We've got Slug Lady. She was all right looking. I don't know why she was Scott Bakula's perfect female type. Yeah, it was a shame. I don't know if she smoked cigarettes or whatever it might have been that took her away so young.
That beautiful one from Stormfront.
Oh,
definitely get the 3 Orion girls. That's half your list right there.
Yeah,
that's true. I will say, the chick from Patterns of Force, that beautiful evil chick, but like strong vibes reminding me of my longtime ex-girlfriend there. The Nazi thing, the holding a gun on you and yelling at you.
That's the part that Terra Prime really dropped the ball on. If they wanted people to really follow that movement, they should have done better than who was that, Colonel Green? Come on.
look, I find Colonel Green to be very charismatic leader, but the thing is, he does come across better in print. He comes across better in print. He's the opposite of Hilter, where Hilter was a great persuasive speaker. Colonel Green, not so much. And as an older guy, Colonel Green got like shorter and dumber, but like that's all like a whole different thing. We have Orions on the way
to drop the bomb.
Next, by the way, we have some Orion slave girls on the way. Not next week, but the week after. I believe Archer will be gifted them by the Andorians. No, by the Klingons for helping him out. Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're on an unfortunate. Yeah, we're on an unfortunate slope downward here.
We only have a few episodes of Enterprise left, so there will be some serious consideration of this show and its place in history. We have nothing but Star Trek ahead of us, and we were the first people to do this. We're going to do it right. There'll probably be a few weeks of re-examining it. But I think what we found out tonight was we could do a pretty fulsome and entertaining TOS review and add a lot of context. So Baby got back. I guess if there's one thing I could say, a little more booty on Angelique Petitjean, but you can't have everything. So Galt is like
private chat, but you can say it publicly if you want.
I thought the tear was a really nice touch that she loved James T. Kirk. And do you think it was a coincidence that their eyes happened to be the exact same shade of like gray green for Kirk and Shauna? Right, it bonded them together. I don't know. I think it made them seem more akin to each other, especially in these long sequences where we had them looking each other in the eyes. Dare I look at the private chat?
Yeah, but
you ever looked her in the eyes?
The first time.
And afterwards, like Kirk's like, no, I've had that. I'm out. I'll call you next time I'm in your star system.
It's like there's a very hot Asian crew member that's going to be crushed by a buddy in a couple by my stunt double in 2 episodes.
She saved him. She saved herself for him, and then he's like, "Oh, I got to go be captain on the ship."
Yeah,
See ya.
I mean, he just full on toxic. Like he's like, "Yeah, I'm out." It's true.
Yeah,
He wasn't in love with her. She was. She was in love with him, but he was like, yeah, conquest.
It was so simple. She's so immature. She will be in love again soon enough with someone else. But that brings us to the end of our episode on William Shatner Day, where we're discussing the manliness of William Shatner. But first, what we're going to do now is take a moment to rate this great episode of Star Trek. And it was Gamesters of Triskelion, Season 2. And I guess what I'll do is we'll start with someone who had a few issues with this episode. What can I say? JT Kirk, you get to go first. Tell us, were there things that you liked about this episode? And I'm sure that there were perhaps maybe even things that you didn't enjoy.
So I mean, this is a very typical middle of the road season 2 episode for the original series. I think by this point, all of the characters are well defined, so there's nothing too new that we're going to see at any point from any of them that says, aha, now I know a lot more about these characters. The interaction between Kirk and the lovely lady of the week was nice. However, I wanted to see a little bit more than the very rushed job I felt like they gave this plot. In part of the reason why I would say it's an average episode for season 2 is I don't think they had enough time to really give every piece its due where they wanted to do it. I think there was too much going through this. There was a love story or I guess an interest story between those two. Then you have this whole science fiction idea with the brains and all of that. But then you also have what's going on the ship. And maybe they should have cut out some of the stuff that was going out on the ship and just had the story take place more on the planet. And it would have helped improve it, given it more time to really get some of the stuff that I really wish we could have seen to actually take place. Either that, or you put it on a streaming service which doesn't exist for another 60 years, or you make it a movie. You could have gone that far. It combines two stories that I love, The Wizard of Oz and The Gladiator, but it just doesn't have enough time to be either one of those. And so I would say it's not bad. It really isn't. There aren't too many things other than the extremely cheap sets and the campiness.
I love those sets.
You love the sets. I don't think they look good. You may love the camp. I don't appreciate it here. But I wouldn't say anything is terrible. I wouldn't say they really had a big swing and a miss on anything. So I'm not going to give it an F or a D or anything like that. There's no big problems. It just, to me, doesn't break into higher than the middle of the pack for season 2.
Specifically, Shatner's performance. Mm-hmm. Go with Shatner's performance specifically, and give me some thoughts just on William Shatner and this role that he just grabs with both hands, literally.
He does seem a little too spicy with the talent in this episode, which is kind of hilarious, but it also plays into, I guess you could believe it. But you definitely want to be Kirk in these moments. It's one of those things. I just think that a lot of the pain reactions, which we've already talked about, are maybe typical of the time. To me, seem quite campy and a little over the top. I think, as much as I don't like Patty Stew, I think some of his pain reactions are a little more realistic. And this is more, Batman from the 60s kind of style. He did have some challenges. Cut off his apple back. Sorry, go ahead. Sure, I was going to say he does have some challenges. How do you interact with 3 pieces of Play-Doh and a glass covering, and make it seem like those are real characters? He does some good jobs there too. You do have to have some ability as an actor to play action scenes, your romance kind of scene, and the sci-fi scene, right? Those are 3 different things that he has to do that all don't really involve him being a captain. 3 different genres or acting needs, and he does them all pretty well to extremely well. So in that, this is a good Kirk showcase episode. Sure, I could see why we picked it for Shatner Day.
All right, as long as my decision remains genius, I have no problems with your assessment of the episode. However, we're not grading this one, or we'll tip our hand for when we do it. So the question you get to answer is, William Shatner's greatest single trait is that he is the greatest ever actor, the greatest ever singer, or the very definition of manliness.
Yeah, this was hard. I wanted to pick all 3. I'll go with singer. The greatest ever singer.
I love it. I love that reaction. That someone had to do it, and you know what? William Shatner got to do it. So thank you, JT, for your thoughts on this awesome episode. And let's move to Germ, my friends. Tell me how you feel about this episode. Tell us about Gamesters of Triskelion.
I really like this episode. I have no problem with the plot line. To me, the original series is supposed to be a little bit campy, so I have no problem with that. Somewhat inventive to have tricolored brains as your alien. At this point, we've done a lot of the Play-Doh on the face type aliens, so it's a good little shakeup. Story, as JT said, it's Gladiator meets Wizard of Oz. A fairly original mashup as far as that goes. Shatner at his peak in this, overacting. He gets the girl both on screen and off. This is where you want to be Shatner the most in his career.
Yeah.
Short of him writing a book where he says on the date he hit for the cycle, there's nothing else. So keep going, Jim. Anything else?
No, that pretty much covers it.
All right, so you get to answer the same 3 questions. William Shatner's single greatest trait, in your opinion, is it that he's the greatest ever actor? Is it that he's the greatest ever singer? Or is it that he's the very definition of manliness?
I think now that Chuck Norris has left us, he has inherited the title as the definition and embodiment of manliness.
You may really have something there, and I'll speak to the manliness when it gets to be my turn. But I guess now what we do is we go to our good friend Sean Carter, who will give us some information on how he feels about this one.
Sure. Come to me as I have a sneezing fit.
As Sean has a sneezing fit, I will point out that in this episode, we had some of the greatest props. And I just want to say, if those rocks had looked real, I would have been disappointed. Okay. It would have impacted my enjoyment of the show. When they go to Vasquez Rock, that's one thing. Okay. I can enjoy that. When Enterprise goes into a natural cave, I can handle it for a while, but I was more happy with the Star Trek they did when they went deeper into that cave, past the natural part, and did the acting part of the cage on a soundstage covered with kitty litter. That to me is a cave. I want to see my sci-fi
deep into
cave.
the cave and find the gravity spot.
And
Naughty.
that would be Pride Weather's favorite part of the cave.
Exactly. Weather can find the G spot on a ship for sure.
Captain, there's a black hole in the quadrant. We're not talking about your dating life, mister. Let's just get us to the starbase. Okay. So go ahead. Tell us your feelings on the Gamesters of Triskelion. And after that, zoom in on William Shatner's performance.
All right. Well, I think Germ hit it right on the head. This is where it's peak Shatner. This is where if you want to be Kirk, this is the episode right here. He checks all the boxes. Everything's good. The campiness, yes, and this is something I've thought about. I would love to do a deep dive on maybe one episode, maybe not all of them, but one episode we can pick one where we say, okay, at the time we look at an episode for what it was at the time. Like this one's a good example, and you can compare this to Doctor Who, where they had people in a sleeping bag spray painted green, and it was an alien, and everyone accepted it. Where we can take an episode and go, okay, if it were written today with a science fiction focus, what would it look and feel like? What would we change to make it more science fiction in the way we've come to know? Because, again, 1968, right, which is when they filmed this, science fiction was still very young at the time. So the campiness, the hokiness, I think we need to kind of, I don't want to say forgive it, but put it aside and look at it from the lens of what science fiction was at the time this was produced. And that's hard to do. It really is. But it would be really cool to go and say, okay, let's look at this episode, appreciate it for what it is. What would we change? What would we make it to be more what we like as science fiction today, like to what JT was saying? I would like to have that discussion on this episode actually and see, okay, JT, yeah, the premise is there, all the building blocks are there. What would we change to make this a 10 out of 10? But
sure, and I think you definitely have a path to do that. I think you have a path to do that. I think some of it is how campy do you update a lot of that to improve things? Do you take the on the ship
Michelle into the outfit from Angelique Petitjean as well?
But get her into but do you revisit the script and say, you know what, all this stuff between Spock and Bones, don't really need it. Wasn't that it was bad, but for
play it differently.
We can take a 60, we've got the benefit of 60 years of looking back on Star Trek and science fiction in general to make our judgments on this. So I think the key is like, how well does this episode hold up today? And I think JT's score and assessment is absolutely fair. I mean, and to say that this holds up as a mediocre or mid-level episode is a testament to this series as how well it's held up even to today. We're looking at today's experiences in our history in science fiction and what we've learned and what we've come to expect. And for this to even grade as acceptable is amazing. That we
it's a 60-year-old idea.
Yeah, that we can still today sit down and enjoy and appreciate this episode, even if we give it a C or C minus, is like you can't discount a C minus grade. A C minus grade through today's lens is an amazing score, and we have to recognize that. So, Shatner, A, 100%. In fact, and we can go into this later or in another show, but when I went through, the grading scale that we'll share at some point with everybody, but there are 7 different categories where we're going to be judging these things. The best score I gave of this was the humanity and optimism category, which is delivered by Kirk in his speech to the providers, where he's talking about this forced labor is wrong, what you're doing is wrong, and what he does, he risks himself and his crew to free this group of people he's never met before because it's the right thing to do. And that's a really, really important message of this episode. And they keyed into Shatner's skills as an actor and the attributes of Kirk as a character to give this speech. And he's risking his frickin' life and the lives of his crew and their future to free these folks.
Wow. I couldn't agree more. I just got some proximity warnings from the planet. You won't believe it. There's all sorts of life form readings. I think there's some
merry man
Matrix is caught in the matter transporter. Let's see what happens if we just found out that we could lose the crew to Triskelion really quick without ever getting the Triskelion sound effect that I've been waiting for the whole show. Sean,
I've been playing it, haven't I?
Ooh, is it not coming through?
Is it not, did that not go through?
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard it the whole night.
Oh. See, okay, wait, hold on. There we go. Okay, let me make up for it.
Go ahead, do it now.
Okay, here we go.
One more. We need one more.
There
we have Wes Cagle and Mark to the Sea. It's a party now. Welcome all. Wow. Look
Big
at all
time
these
party.
Star Trek fans and
wait, hold on. I got one for Wes Cagle.
Gay! Not that there's anything wrong with
all
that.
Those sound effects I've been playing all night have not been going through. I'm sorry.
Poor Sean. I want the machine that goes bing.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I had this one for Buddy Hepburn.
I am not a fucking asshole.
Yeah. I was
wondering. Yeah, I was wondering, like, when the asshole joke was out there, I was like, how come I haven't heard the asshole from Aaliyah in a while? Because she's usually like all about her.
Here's
asshole.
the thing: I clicked it, and you said something, and I thought you were responding to it. I'm like, okay, I'll hear it.
So what happened, Sean? Did you boomer
I
the sound effects like I always?
And I did respond to it. What happened?
Like I always boomer things.
I did. Yeah, well, I boomered it. Yeah, I didn't set my StreamYard input to voice mod.
There you go. But you don't have your weird voice tonight, though, so that's good.
No, I can't find it.
Sean Cock is not here tonight. Did Cock ever hear about that or say anything?
No,
never been mentioned.
No.
Not only was it not mentioned, it also wasn't not mentioned. Like it was no one fucking cares.
But see, we're all so nice in this panel. We don't want to say anything to Sean. We thought he was just doing it, for a joke or whatever. We
That 25 minutes did turn out to be extremely funny, and the 5 minutes where the payoff is the 5 minutes where the old men who don't know what the fuck is going on are like, what? Huh? What the hell? Like, you didn't get that we were trying to say it, and it's like, guess what? Just need to take my memory medicine. Hold on. It's like, and by the way, I just want to say, we saw a certain celebrity in the paper today about getting ketamine treatment. Will I see her at my doctor?
What?
It's a New York person.
You share the same
really
doctor?
Crazy. No, but my doctor offers those treatments. I've often wondered. It's like, why don't I just get that and see what happens? It's like not like I didn't used to buy it in clubs in the 90s. But
sorry, buddy Hepburn. I got
special. Yeah.
I got 2 monitors and 4 windows open. I didn't see your message, but I'm sorry.
I think I didn't comment on this episode, so I'll comment on it really briefly, and then we'll include you guys in this really quick. We just watched Gamesters of Triskelion. I thought it was one of the most banging episodes of the series. It's top 10 of the original series. It's a lot of fun. It's an episode that you probably couldn't do today. We punch out a couple of women. This is like, I think, the 4th or 5th woman we've seen Kirk punch out. But I mean, like, if Alex Kurtzman wants to get angry about Captain Kirk, like hitting a few women, like, let's concentrate on what happened to Edith Killer if you really want to get angry. Okay. And also, like, how many men have we beaten down and one punched out in 8 years of New Trek? So if these sets had been better, I would have been disappointed. If Captain Kirk hadn't been campy, it would have been a letdown. At the time that I watched this show, compared to something like The $6 Million Man or another sci-fi show that was on at the exact same time, starts before this, but it doesn't get a slight remake and a slight re-look. It's the second look and the set design and the costumes. If these people were wearing tinfoil spacesuits, none of this ever works, okay? And by the way, I think Galt is wearing the outfit from Catspaw. But, I don't think any of this ever works if we fuck around too much. But this was an excellent episode. It was, to me, this was an A. Maybe an A+. We had everything that I watched Star Trek for. We got to the weird planet in a little bit of a convenient way, but we have a super powerful technical power there. Whatever. It's explained well enough. We see this huge city with all this power generation going on behind the captain when he's talking to the providers. I thought the providers were just like awesome aliens, even though they weren't that impressive. I thought that they were so fucking weird as a kid. That was like one of the weirdest things I'd ever seen on television. I thought that the providers were just, they're like pulsing and they're glowing and they're all weird and they have these crazy they have no voices. And it's like, I'm starting to understand that disembodied Star Trek aliens are evil or unfulfilled in a way that can drive them to do terrible things. And that, like,
except for Sargon,
of course. So, Sargon was, he was blameless in all this. Although I would point out that being in that body aged that woman so fast that she looked like Dr. Pulaski by the time she got to the Next Generation just a few years later. And maybe smoking. I don't know. We've looked at a lot of pictures on this one. She actually doesn't look that bad. It's a terrible haircut. They fried her hair. Like 6 months later, she might have looked great. We don't know. And now she's still around. She's as old as Shatner, and she's just like, fuck these people in their new Star Trek. So I'm just like, I love you, crazy based old Dr. Pulaski. I fucking love him. So this episode today, the planet is an A. I love their like weird civilization. It seems to me that one of the other things that the providers used to love to do was war. I think that's why the planet looks like that. I think that maybe something fucked up happened because of the war. Something happened to them and they mutated into what we see. And then the providers, the two societies we have, or the two-tiered society, what do we have? We have a Fight Club plantation. Really, like we have like a tri-owned plantation, and we have Captain Kirk as like Django unbridged, where we take him off his ship and he's got to be he's got to fight for his supper literally. And I would say the love story, it's not really much of a love story. It's a big time seduction, and he's doing everything he can to try to try. He's doing everything he can to try to get information from her.
It was
and
a love
escape.
story, Admiral, but it was a love story one direction.
I think he starts to have some real affection for her, but it's not love. It's not like Miramani, where
Well,
Kirk's
I'm
in
saying
love.
that she loves him, but he
Yes.
is a little more thirsty than yeah.
It's not the same song Selena Gomez sang to Barney.
Admiral,
it's not mutual.
I have to chime in here. I have a confession to make. I changed Wes Cagel's title.
I saw that in the
Yeah, Wes. He is now
Hey.
James Taylor.
Hey, I gotta
Wes
change my
is
avatar.
not a merry man.
I was trying to change. I was gonna see if I could change your avatar to a certain
Well,
flag,
then there
but
you go. I gotta change. There you go.
Well,
All
Klingons
right,
do
so
not
now-
like to be probed, except for Jaden.
God. All right, so here's the deal.
Yeah, just
That
so everyone
one-
knows, that was me. I was trolling him.
Sean, myself, and everyone else have to answer. Who hasn't answered the question has to answer it before we get the conversation really rolling. So, Sean, William Shatner is either the greatest actor ever, the greatest ever singer, or the very definition of manliness.
D, all of the above.
I can accept that. I can accept that. That's fine. All right. Yeah. Let's
I'm a
move
simp.
on.
I'm a Shatner simp.
Yeah,
What
I
can I
think
say?
it was it Mexican Iron Man said, don't mess with my space uncle. Yeah, like I feel the
Yeah.
same way. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
William Shatner. I love how he trolled the New Trek people. He knows how to play the game better than anyone else. And yeah, okay.
Yeah,
D,
but in
the
all
above.
honesty, though, I really think he's a tremendous actor. I really do.
He is a tremendous
Yes,
actor.
he's campy. Yeah, but the memes and all that. But
Well,
the guy
do you-
delivers when he needs to deliver.
His
His
style
role
has
in,
changed too.
Yeah,
He
yeah, and
doesn't
his
act
role in
like-
Boston Legal is
That's
a
great.
perfect example
Oh,
of
yeah.
that. The guy can do it.
I don't know which one I like better. I own a gun or we're running you for governor. Two of the funniest things I've ever. Denny Crane for governor. And like the devil's advocate person's like, Mr. Crane has been arrested for pandering numerous times. I believe in free enterprise. And it's like it's like your views on women are absolutely disturbing. Old fashioned
and I'm
family
proud
values.
to say he is one of two actors who I have two autographs of. I have two autographs of William Shatner, and I have two autographs of Eric Estrada.
Eric Estrada. Yeah,
Yes.
that's awesome. That's a good
That's
one.
awesome.
And you had his phone number too, right? Was it Eric Estrada? You had his exact phone number?
Yeah, I have Eric Estrada's old phone number.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
He loved that story. That was so cool.
How do you
That's
not?
hysterical.
How do you not? It's like Eric, man.
I mean,
bitches
when
be
Bob
calling at 3
Eubanks
in the
tells you
morning.
that your old phone number used to belong to Eric Estrada, I mean, how do you beat that?
It could be worse. I mean, imagine he belonged to Jan Michael Vincent and it's going off at 4 a.m. He's like, I need some more cocaine. Or like it like 1 a.m. He's like, you give us that money, you motherfucker, you're gonna die. You know, I mean,
Yeah, but you know what?
could've gotten
Surprisingly,
much
there
more celebrity.
there were no females who sent a text to Eric Estrada. Hi,
isn't he-
Poppy, I
maybe
miss
he's
you.
happily married. Maybe he's a case for marriage. He is from New York, by the way.
Oh,
Eric
oh.
Estrada's
well.
a New Yorker. Well, yeah, you're gonna have to let him go on that one. But he's from
Really
Hispanic
fucking cool guy. He was so
Down
nice,
to-
so cool, down to
Get to make
earth.
your
Took
heroes down to
time.
earth.
He loved the story I gave him, and he shared it with everybody in line. He was awesome.
Unknown
Yeah,
to
'cause-
have a psychotic ex too.
Yeah,
because that's not a story you could make up, Sean, either, right? You either knew his old phone number, or you didn't, right? You know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, I showed
you
him.
know.
He's like, yeah, that was my number. I'm like,
If you could make that up, that's a movie like a Bobby Fischer type movie. It's like Safan decided to meet a moderately successful actor.
Bobby
It's like,
Fischer,
this
chess player.
Yeah, but I figure like he could figure something like that. Like, no, like Catch Me If You Can. It's like that guy could have come up with the phone number somehow.
Bobby Fischer was like the most Trump chess player that ever lived. Both from Queens.
Oh, that is true. That is true. That's why I give him his credit. You know, the best in everything really comes from Queens. That's why I think William Shatner probably has had an apartment here since probably.
At least I
the
think he
late
was,
50s.
but he sure sounded like him.
Well, the best thing that came out of Queens was Archie
By a
Bunker,
New York
man.
accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good stuff that came out of Queens. Adrian Brody, Lucy Liu, Admiral Teague, Perry Farrell, Dizzy from Starship Troopers, Jennifer Aniston. We could just keep going on and on.
Fisher grew up in Brooklyn. I'm sorry, but he was quintessential New York.
That kind of accent that's associated with the outer borough is even stronger in Brooklyn. Yeah.
Fisher was awesome. Even though he turned out to be a fucking insane guy, but
he turned out to be an insane maniac. But that was a great movie, and it was fucking funny.
Oh, Searching for Bobby Fischer?
No, his life story because he was so weird. It's a life story.
It's a thin line between genius and insanity.
Yeah, Searching for Bobby Fischer was a movie about a chess player, an international master named Josh Waitzkin, who quit chess and became a judo guy or something. I'm sorry, guy. I'm a chess nerd. I like chess. Sorry.
What does the horsey do?
Go Hikaru Nakamura.
I can't believe how many votes we got. Our audience, this is a plebiscite, 40 votes. And this is the
only pig would call a vote a plebiscite. You mustache man.
Hold on, let me put up my Patterns of Force avatar.
Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
I think maybe Marco Rubio is the way to go with this one. So now I have to answer the question. William Shatner's greatest single trait is that he is the greatest ever actor, the greatest ever singer, the very definition of manliness. But to me, it's that he'd like this stream and see the results. No, it's that, of course, he's the very definition of manliness. The very definition of manliness. And a bad for
sharing,
all.
Or
no, I'm reading the poll.
Oh, okay.
And so now I throw the question to Mark. Mark, William Shatner is his greatest single trait is that he's the greatest ever actor. 28% of our audience believe that, by the way. The greatest ever singer. He got 12% of 40 votes. It's pretty good. That's not bad. 16 or 18 votes or something like that. The very definition of manliness, 43% of our audience thought that. That's like 6,000 people. So which one of the three?
Well, I'm going to go with agree with the audience. All 6,000 quadrilles of them. I'm not pronouncing that right, but it's God. He's just a manly man, right? You know, you see Shatner, and that's why everyone looked up to Captain Kirk, and that was the big shock value going between Kirk and Picard. Totally different ends of the spectrum. And as a young kid watching, Shatner on screen and like Arena, I think Arena might have been the first episode I ever saw. It gets fuzzy when you're going back to when you're like 5 and 6, but that episode really stuck with me. And he's just oozes confidence, right? When Kirk comes back in the Deadly Years, when Kirk comes back to the Enterprise, and the incompetent Commodore or Admiral realizes, this is why certain people can only be in charge of a starship, and within,
you're
a few seconds.
Rear Admiral lower half. I don't care. You're not a flag officer. Isn't it weird? The one thing about that one is they got it totally wrong for old Shatner. It's like we didn't know that he would have a cricket toupee on and just be walking around acting the same. It's like the thing is,
he looks great. Yeah.
We now have to write off the deadly years because at 96 it would have been like, Captain, you have the body of a 96-year-old man. It's like, I'm still just as sharp, and you're like, yeah, you are. Go ahead, Captain.
You are,
still
which is amazing.
Another few weeks.
I wonder if I'm sure people have asked him that, but I wonder if anyone does. Yeah, compare the picture of the deadly years to what you actually ended up looking like. But the other part of the greatest actor ever. I mean, people call him campy or hammy, but he even when you watch Sitting on the Edge of Forever, he gives a masterful performance in that, and you believe him as the captain. You believe his pain there, and he knows Jim. He knows. I mean, there's just such great. There's such great trio, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, together, to a lesser extent Scotty and the rest of the crew, but it's just a wonderful lightning in a bottle, and part of the reason is because Shatner's so damn good, and it's I think people really respect him now, but for a while, back in the 80s, it was kind of, I am William Shatner, they'd make fun of him, but he had the good nature to make fun of himself too. I remember watching Saturday Night Live when Shatner was on. This is before you could record it, before it was well, I guess you had a VCR back then, but I just remember watching that live and just dying of laughter. I know a lot of Trek fans got pissed off, but move out of your parents' basement, kiss a girl. I mean, how funny! The guy is freaking hysterical too. So even
he can make fun of himself like an airplane too.
Yeah, he's so good. So even as a great actor, I mean, it's tough to choose between the two, and of course the singing. Yeah, it's he did, and it was revealed that that's when he was at the Saturn Awards. They asked him to sing. He's like, they promised me it would never be recorded, but how good are his albums with Ben Folds 5? I mean, they're damn good too. So the man can do it all. I mean, it's amazing. God, I love the guy. I better watch out.
Men want to be him, right?
Yeah.
I'm loving this comment chain from Iris goes to Capito Kirk. It's pretty hilarious.
Oh, sure.
67. Oh, okay. Isn't that some famous Earth meme that was going around a while ago?
Oh, maybe.
I believe it's from the early 21st century. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to go call my Vulcan girlfriend, Tamir, and ask her what she knows about it.
But, just what a national treasure, or Canadian treasure, I guess. But do we claim Shatner now? Has he got U.S. citizenship? I assume he does, but...
well, he did say E plebnista, right? So...
Yeah. God bless William.
The only reason I knew what they were talking about in school, I was able to give that speech without getting in trouble. They're like, did you do your homework, Mr. Teague? The Constitution's like, I do know it, and I won't kill him. And like, what are you talking about? It's like, never mind. I'll read it now.
I only knew it from Schoolhouse Rock.
Schoolhouse Rock helped too. Schoolhouse Rock absolutely helped too. But I think we've gone 4 hours, so I think what I'll do is I don't think we have time to run the score sheet. That would take another 4 hours.
Yeah, it would, but I can give a brief overview if you like.
Filled in a couple of the fields. Sure.
Okay.
But I think that we could do a show on that. It would make a
better
upload than a show.
Yeah. I'll just describe it real good. I won't share anything, but
I like failing. I like making uploads.
Yeah. So, and I've shared it with everyone on the panel here. If you guys check the private messages, I've sent you each your own file. And basically what we're going to do, there's 7 questions or categories where we grade these things and we are objective as possible. And we're going to hopefully do this for the TOS reviews when we get to them. And I'll talk to you guys backstage about maybe I can do a link or something for the chat to do, and make it more
maybe like a Google thing or something, or
yeah,
chat
like
can interact. Yep.
Yeah. We'll do a thing so that everyone in the chat can go through this and grade all the TOS, because like we all have our top 20, our top 10, our top 5 TOS episodes, but when we pick our top 5, it's really hard to, which is the best episode. So I created this grading system to allow us individually to rank all these things. You know, like which is our actual favorite, which is the actual episode we rank number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
When you
So
said ranked for a second there in my mind, I saw Paul Giamatti go, I'm freshly wanked and spanked. And I'm like, yeah, maybe ranking him would be
like an origami chicken.
Yeah,
play tic-tac-toe in the spreadsheet and everything.
Just really quick, so say we all, man, I am like physically so much more in shape and my mind is so much sharper than it was after I watched New Trek for the last week. So say we all.
So say we all.
So say we all. Oh God, so say we all.
Yeah.
And
that's not even making it up. Like, you legitimately
I'm so much more energized. Yeah, it really is. It's no kidding. And I'm seeing videos out on YouTube where the people are trying to keep talking about Academy and keep milking this. And I respect that people are trying to grind for the views, but I'm done with it, man. I have no desire to talk about it at all.
John Delaraz, I love you and all, and you've got an enviable posse of haters over on Blue Sky who are a bunch of absolute lunatics I would do anything to have. But you know what? Just maybe move on to the next topic. Tachyon Pulse is talking about some other insane shit like New Trek Year One.
That's
it's never gonna happen. It's never. The idea that we would have Paul Wellesley playing Captain Kirk makes me sick. Ethan Peck has not made any comment, and there's no contracts. There's no fucking stories. I saw a show called New Trek. I saw a year called Star Trek Year One. It's called fucking Star Trek.
Yeah, right. and for everyone out there, I'm on Pop Culture Breakdown with Doomcock, but he put a members video out there, and he's got some people talking to him, some sources, and everything is pointing to what we would all assume is that all this rumors we're hearing about Year One, about all this other stuff, is the same stuff that
it's just
Rian Johnson
announcements.
Yeah, it's the same thing that Rian Johnson was saying that he was working on a new trilogy.
The only thing they can't stop him from doing is he can't talk about making it. He can't talk about filming it. He could talk about the concept.
He's talking about whatever he's pitching to Paramount because he does have the right to pitch stuff. Paramount has the right of first refusal, so he has every right to pitch whatever the fuck he wants.
By the way, the story from Paramount, by the way, is that send your people to talk to our people. Has been the Ellisons have not backed off.
Yes, so everybody just all the videos you're seeing that are saying Star Trek Year One's being produced. Starfleet Academy Season 3 is in the works. It's all
bait
bullshit. It is all pipe dreams. It is the producers, namely Secret Hideout, are trying to generate buzz to get investors to pressure Paramount to fund Season 3. That's all this is. Do not fret. Yeah. Do not fret.
Don't even take it. Laugh at this. Laugh at this nonsense.
I did a deep dive. Cool. I did a deep dive with Grok, and I put all the information in where all the rumors are coming from, and it said it's like a 10% chance this gets greenlit.
It's not a 10% chance. It's a 0% chance.
It's zero, yeah. But Grok is allowing for error. Yeah, Grok's allowing for error.
If Alex Kurtzman has their families kidnapped, the actors might do it.
Look where, just keep in mind where all the information is coming from. That nothing is official. It's nothing greenlit. It is just all things they're trying to generate buzz.
But even if all of that contract stuff wasn't in play, the guy they have playing Lieutenant Kirk or whatever they're calling him, he's not strong enough to play Captain Kirk. He's not the right actor for it. So you've totally miscast it right out of the gate for failure. No matter what you think is going to happen,
not
it's
one
a
thing.
bad idea
that
artistically.
might be good to play the Army of Darkness guy, like the Bruce Campbell biopic, maybe for that Captain Kirk.
No,
but
the guy's an okay actor. He's doing what he's being paid
but he's
to
not
do.
Captain Kirk at all. He's not
No,
William Shatner in the least.
You can't
Chris
be.
Pine
You can't
had
replace
something.
it. So
No, but
so
Chris
everyone
Pine was so much closer. Like this is the worst first fake Kirk we've ever seen.
Yeah, but everyone, don't fret. You're going to see a lot of rumors out there. You're going to see a lot of hyperbole. You're going to see a lot of grasping at straws and frantic stuff. Look at where it's coming from.
This is
who's reporting it.
If
and
this is
and also,
what would Star Trek United be in your mind? 70?
The YouTubers and the videos you see that are saying these things are in production, look at the reason why they're putting these videos up, because the Starfleet Academy well is drying up. They want the views. They need the views, and I respect the grind. I respect that people want to keep their channels active and everything, but it's dead, Jim.
It's dead, Jim.
It's dead. Just hang tight.
I mean,
we're going to get something official from Paramount within 6 months. Anything you hear until then is just, and we do have
something on censors.
A thing.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Thing. Radioactive Actual says, who wants Kurtzman when Iran season 2 is so much better? Yeah,
that's true.
Far so good. Best of luck to all our American soldiers in the field. You know what? There's not a lot left to say about this one, except that it's been coming down the pike for a really long time. You can debate the other parts about it. You can hate war and still love our American warriors. And those guys have been dicks. They could have stopped being dicks at any time. So it was going to happen. The consequences are going to be what the consequences are going to be. We just basically let's just win. All right. Keep your eyes on the prize. Let's just win. And then pick up the
Well, America does love a winner and hates a loser.
Cannot stand a loser. You know, I remember the last time I knew a guy who messed with the Iranians, and he had a few things to say about it. And let's just say, you know, there's a certain destiny to what he said.
All my life, I've wanted to lead a lot of men in a desperate battle. Now I'm going to do it. I am going to be allowed to fulfill my destiny.
We go dead?
I'm here. Sean, did you not hear the video? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I had to reload.
Ooh, oh wow. Weird StreamYards issues this week. Everybody gets to have their share. Yeah. Let's not talk about it too much, but let's try to get it solved. You know what? We deserve a lot better. Let's take another look at the man of the hour. There he is, the great William Shatner. For the people, his last role before Star Trek. And for a few minutes before we go, and I give everybody a chance to pitch their show first. Again, thank you, Radioactive Actual.
I'll be right back.
Good luck to everybody. Sean, sounds like Sean's going to bring something interesting back, or maybe he's going to go shoot a prowler. Either way, I mean, it's going to be newsworthy. Hey, Daniel, it's good to see you. It's good to see everybody out there. I think that there's no way anyone else could have powered Star Trek to a second season, let alone 60 years, than William Shatner powering it through those first 5 episodes. Just like the definition of manliness, like we said. He really is one of the greatest actors of all time. I don't think that there's anything I've ever seen William Shatner in I didn't enjoy. including that weird commercial for the produce store and the weird film strips in high school where he did the civics lesson. But I really think that no William Shatner, there wouldn't have been any Star Trek. If we had gone forward with Captain Pike, he was so far past the burnout level of Wrath of Khan that I don't want to see that person come back. I didn't care about Captain Pike. When I saw him, I already was bonded to Captain Kirk. This is the captain. This will always be the captain against which all others are measured, and just his performance in just Naked Now and all the other stuff we saw. Some of the most fantastic television we've ever seen. The development of a character where you there are knowables about Captain Kirk, and when a writer really gets to know Captain Kirk and writes a story around William Shatner's Captain Kirk, it's fantastic. And we've talked a lot about the rest of the career, but we're a Star Trek channel, and what can we say? One of the most fantastic award show hosts, one of the greatest interpretive singers, and one of the most deadpan funny people ever who can take a joke. That roast, he got flamethrown from 7 directions at once and just sat there laughing the whole time, and then gave back as good as he got. So if anybody has anything they want to say about Shatner's importance to Star Trek, I mean, please pitch in and tell us. Maybe Mark has something to say. Mark.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's no
Jeff
Star Trek without
this.
There's no. I don't want to pick on the dead, but
with Jeffrey Hunter.
Yeah, but you just had that pilot that was a fail. It was a failed pilot, to be honest.
If he had lived anyway, it's okay by now.
Yeah, but I don't think Hunter is bad, but like you said, you bonded with Kirk, and he's your guy. I think it would have been a totally different show. Would it have succeeded? I don't know, but if you don't have the genius of William Shatner, it's not gonna work. So could Hunter have pulled it off?
Cage. Hunter doesn't have the charisma. His number one does it.
Yeah, so it's who knows what you can't ever predict what would happen, but just Shatner is just so brilliant in that role, and that's why so many people were upset when they heard they were recasting and. With the movies, as much as Chris Pine is a fine actor and kind of looks a little bit like Kirk, even though I'm waiting for Ponch and John to show up and arrest and pull him over when he starts the T.J. Hooker reboot. That's an inside joke because his dad was on Chips.
His dad was Chris Pine.
Chris Pine.
I'm sorry,
yep.
not Chris Pine.
I forget his
like
name. Larry
was it Pine?
Yes, yeah.
Larry Pine. He's the commander. He's the captain. He's the frustrated captain on Chips.
Yeah. And so he comes from that
and he's
good background.
Too, I think.
And was Quinto. He's okay, but he's just not Spock. Whenever I'm watching that, it's just not. It's not Spock. I mean, he's trying. He's not. And he's working with
that guy's a real good actor too. Track record of serious success for Zachary Quinto, which was a material on him.
But without Shatner, I don't think you got to have that lead that and Nimoy did become extremely popular too during the run, but it doesn't work without that lead and that great writing.
There's no sleeper hit. There's no sleeper star without your breakout star. He becomes a breakout star on the show.
Later,
Star Trek used to make her.
Yeah, it's just a wonderful and right away you just watch that some of those episodes, early episodes, and 2-3 episodes in the show is gelling. It's hitting on all cylinders, and
he's kind of got
it's
the
just
character
amazing.
On Charlie X, right?
He's got it down. They got it down, and of course I was late to the review for this episode, Gamesters. But real quick, I'll just say that was ranked.
Yeah, give your thoughts.
My ranking I ranked it my 45th best episode out of the 79, but it was a 3.75, so it was right like a B plus, almost an A- B plus, and of course our buddy Clobber Times, I have his because I do all I love spreadsheets like Sean, so he ranked this episode. Let's see, he gave it an 8 out of 10. and ranked it number 39 out of his favorite episodes. So
okay. So,
but
Mark,
but
yeah,
he
sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say the sevens are like number 42. So it gets some of these episodes are they're just such high quality that they're ranked. That they're ranked down. Like I'm ranking this as my
yeah.
my
You have to rank
45th,
all of them and then compare them to each other.
Compare them, and then but it's just so good. Like that's a B plus A minus. But there's just so many damn good episodes that it's the level of quality is just so high, and I don't think this episode gets pulled off without the genius of Shatner either. I mean, how many people could have pulled that episode off in Charming Shauna, and so that's an example of how he
does
elevates
quite a bit
episode.
more of the martial arts than they wanted him to do too,
Yeah.
because he was so confident in himself. It's like, I can do it, and they're like, please don't do it, Bill, and he's like, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, and you can see there's no stunt double in a lot of these, and watching them on 4K. Now, back in the day when you watched them on your little 12-inch black and white TV, you couldn't see the stunt doubles, but sometimes you really some of these episodes, like the Trouble with Tribbles, it's hysterical, blown up on the 4K screen. They're trying, but back then you work towards what was, what people were going to see. Why waste money or worry about it when no one could tell who it is? And little did they know that we'd all have Star Trek view screens in our living rooms, and but Shatner, he's doing a lot of the. I'm watching, and as I watched the episode again tonight earlier, I'm like, he's doing a lot of this shit. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. He's in good shape. I mean, so yeah.
Mark, I would like for you to go through that sheet, and I sent you the link in the private chat.
Yeah, I opened it. Yep, thank you. Yep.
Excellent job. I'd be curious to know what your score on this is, because mine was a 75 out of 100 on this.
Yeah.
And I'm saying this with knowledge of all the other Star Trek TOS episodes. So like you have to
when you
look
them
at this
all.
sheet, you have to know all of these episodes back and forth. To really determine what your actual ranking is.
I'm trying to remember. I think I gave this one an 85, and I ranked it. I said it's better than the Cloudminders, but not as good as, I forget what the other episode was. But right there with like the Cloudminders, it's good.
Yeah, but if you guys can take a look at that, if you have any suggestions on tweaks or things I can do to expand it to really refine this, because I really want to know what my top 10 are in order. I can name them, just by episode, but like if I had to pick, okay, Balance of Terror versus Doomsday Machine, which is better? Like I really have to critique it. Like I have to get into really nitty gritty stuff. So
I was just finding it interesting that Mark gave it, a relative rank compared to all the other ones, and Sean, you did almost the same score that I did.
I gave a 75 and you gave 71,
right?
But that's
and then Clobby had his own justification. I don't think Mark. You weren't.
Yeah, but Clobby's bell curve might be the same as ours, as far as we know. Like he might give.
I'm just saying, like we all.
I
have
don't know if
different
there's
reasons,
a D
but it
in
was
the
interesting.
original series.
I just find it interesting that I didn't like it because of some of the camp, but I liked some of the other parts. But then Mark, you had it listed like right in the middle of all of your episodes, and it sounded like Clobby did too. I just
that's where I did.
I found it quite fascinating that it was all kind of right in the middle of the pack, but we all recognized it. But we had our different things that we liked and we didn't. But I think we all kind of know where this thing sits, even if you think my my dislike of the camp isn't really the important thing, right? Or you thought that the romantic relationship was an important part of the story, or there's all kinds of ways you could come at this, but I think the important part is the consensus of that. Well, this is an average to above average episode for the whole show.
Yeah, and that's a totally fair assessment. Yeah, especially
I'm there with that.
Especially when what I said earlier was we're looking at this through 60 years of Star Trek and 60 years of science fiction content in general, where we know what A-level science fiction is. When this was produced in 1968, A-level science fiction was not what we would call A-level now.
If you look at Lost in Space and then you look at this, you're like,
right?
Is Lost in
exactly.
Space from 48? Is Lost in Space like 1948? Is that where it's coming from? Is Lost in Space like right after This Island Earth?
Yeah, and I think that's the little thread that the people today that say Star Trek was always woke that's what they're grasping onto. They're saying the science fiction has evolved, storytelling has evolved, television has evolved.
Star Trek was always woke. Captain Kirk punched a woman out in this episode.
It was not. It was not woke, guys. It was progressive or central left at most. It was not woke. Woke is communist. Militant communism.
A political observatory stance that did have a somewhat but not militantly left position, like Sean said.
Yeah, they're saying it was slightly to the left of the center, so it was woke. No, it was not.
We've got a panel member who can say who they are if they want, who love Rush Limbaugh and love Star Trek, so it's not incompatible that if you would just tell a goddamn good story, right?
I don't think I missed a Rush Limbaugh show in over 10 years. Well, I did, but rarely. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah. So
Stephen
that's
Miller's
an entirely different
little bit right wing, and he liked Star Trek too. It wasn't too woke for Stephen Miller.
They're trying to use the fact that it was left of center at the time to say that means it's woke and it means what's left of center today. No, not true. Sorry. It doesn't mean because the society in general has become more progressive over time, doesn't mean that you shift the spectrum.
But look at a Private Little War, how you can interpret that to lots of different conflicts.
Of course.
You can't just pin it. Yes, it's framed by the Vietnam War at the time, but
but
it's
the
not
thing with
so
Private
generic.
Little War,
it's
you
more
couldn't
generic.
admonish either what Kirk or McCoy was saying. You couldn't say either one was more right.
Both of them were more right. But at the end, when they have their conversation, he's like, I almost will leave you back there, Jim. That was a terrible thing you did. And he's like, yes, let's face it, a Cold War is a terrible thing, but it's the only solution that we can come up with as human beings that have a chance to preserve both sides. Yeah. Which is a real Star Trek observation.
Yes.
And you could have, we say this all the time, you could have James Doohan, who stormed the beach at Normandy, and his own 15-year-old son watching Star Trek. You could have a guy who's about 40, 45, who was, on the beach at Normandy 23 years earlier than some of these episodes, sitting next to his 15-year-old punk kid who's going to go smoke a joint and be a pinko the next day and listen to Abby Hoffman, and they could watch Private Little War and both enjoy it with no loss of their political ideologies and no argument between the people. It didn't beg an argument. It didn't instruct you. This modern woke Star Trek, it's horrible how they instructed and argued.
It tells you what to think.
Except when
I just had an epiphany.
And then they tell us nothing. Yes, Sean.
I just had an epiphany. What is Star Trek? Star Trek is applying the most logical solution to a human problem.
And also friendship, loyalty, and sacrifice.
Those things feed into the human part. But what I'm saying is there's no.
No, I get you.
And this is gonna make us sound like hypocrites, but there's no binary 1 or 0 solution to any issue. You have to take everything into consideration. And that's what Star Trek TOS was trying to do with A Private Little War. That there are two different opinions with valid arguments, and you have to apply the most humane solution to that. And you are not going to get
VPN go off. Did I miss a private chat?
You did.
Oh, Jerm did.
You mentioned he had to head out. Yeah.
Oh,
Jerm's got to head out. Yeah.
I missed it.
Oh, chime in, buddy.
Yeah, next time, Jerm, you have permission to speak on that one. Sorry I missed it. I had the private chat open, but I was looking back at the chart. I put it between A Private Little War and Devil in the Dark. So there's probably a few episodes between this
that's
one.
That's a great example too. Like, there's no.
I'm sorry, I put it between the Cloudminders and get that. It's better than the Cloudminders, but not as good as Devil in the Dark. And that was just the top of my head answer.
Yeah, isn't it ironic that the solutions to all these issues we face in science fiction are non-binary?
At that, and that every episode I mentioned in that may have had the same matte painting because I think it's in the Cloudminders too. Because we go underground.
It's true. There is no there's no 1 and 0 solution when you throw humanity into it.
Except in that one TNG episode 100010010101.
Yeah.
We had to just go to their planet and let them dump upload the computer core while they did the upgrades on their planet's Wi-Fi router.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Wes Cagle hasn't spoken at all. Let's let him get his thoughts in on William Shatner if he wants, sir. Wes Cagle, sir.
Oh, he's the man. He is. He won a Grammy for best spoken word album. So I mean, he does it all. What can you say about the man?
What album was that?
Oh, he did a spoken word album with all the other with the stuff like Rocket Man. He did a whole album full of those songs.
Yeah, there was a rock album
for that.
Yeah, he got a Grammy for it.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It was really good. I gotta be honest, like Common People was better than their original song.
Yeah.
I want to make love to the common people.
Yeah, it was
that Rocket Man was really much better than the other one and had nothing in common with it. But the thing that was really good was Space Oddity.
Yep. Like I said, it was more than just Rocket Man on there.
And
it was a whole
Major
bunch
Tom.
Yeah.
Major Tom may have been the best.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. All right. Well, hey, we had a fulsome show. I think we got to pack it in under the 5-hour mark. But let's just really go quickly. Mark D with the C, what's going on with your channel? What are you doing?
All right. Well, great to be here, even at the tail end. And love to have everyone stop by Sunday Night Geekery tomorrow night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be covering, of course, that great sci-fi movie, which I enjoyed, Project Hail Mary. Probably no Starfleet Academy, but I did go to the cloisters of the Bronx today, so I'll be showing some pictures from that and some food. And what else? We're probably talking a little bit of War Machine and One Piece. I finished One Piece today too, so we'll be doing
season 2.
Talk about that. Season 2, yep. So really
I'm in the middle of season 1, and I love it so far.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, I think maybe I like season 1 a little bit more, only because the characters are new and you're getting to that magic of that first season.
Mm-hmm.
But season 2 was held up awfully well. But
good.
Yeah, love to have everyone stop by there tomorrow night.
I've sworn off watching all good movies until Star Trek has been restored. That's my tale.
You're in the ninth point
I'm
of hell,
loath
buddy.
to watch anything new until the series is done, because we've been hoodwinked so many times. But I'm kind of forced to watch it because of reviews.
Plus, it's
and
like
all that.
3 years between seasons too. So
you can't win.
No, One Piece is on a good clip though. They're gonna release in 27.
Did anyone see what happened with Critical Drinker's fucking thumbnail for One Piece?
No, what happened?
He said
One Piece.
Yeah. He said One Piece season 2 pulls off a miracle. So it was an extremely positive review, and he simply showed the hottest chick from the show on it, like in a state of like whatever they showed you, and then someone.
She was wearing a bikini top.
Yeah. Someone screen capped him and goes, like, called him like human
Toxic
garbage
male.
or something. It was even
Oh,
worse than that.
they're getting
really
thrashed.
horrible.
Yeah.
And then like the first person to respond was fucking my favorite response was the first one, Yellow Flesh. UK question mark and nothing else.
Yellow Flash is great.
I did get in trouble when I rewound that. I rewound that scene a few times to watch it. My wife got a little pissed, but hey.
Hey, that's a staple of anime. Hot chicks, man.
Yeah,
that's a staple of marriage. What are you talking about? Wife is pissed.
Yeah, they got gorgeous looking women on the show. Who knew that Guys would want to look at good-looking
She's hot
women.
for a not real redhead too.
Did that ever happen on Star Trek? Did they have gorgeous women on Star Trek that we like to watch?
Yeah, in the cage.
Yeah.
The redhead in the cage is my favorite. I love that.
Oh yeah. Ooh,
And
yeah.
some
We were
Colt.
just talking about the chick. How about the Mugatu woman? The Kanutu woman.
The cage lieutenant was really pretty.
I kind of dug the chick from A Private Little War.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And hey, in this episode tonight, we got Shatner topless for the whole freaking episode, practically too, right?
With
so
no
they
makeup
had
on
the
his
female
nipples.
gaze.
Nipple makeup included. Yeah.
There was very little nipple makeup, if any. The thing is, his BDSM strap covered his nipples most of the time. That's why he
Right.
didn't need it.
His
They had
training-
they
his
had to
training
give him like this
harness.
weird Zardoz out, thank God he kept his pants on. Imagine if he'd been there in another 3 weeks, like my pants have worn away. I've got to go out there. It's like there were a couple of Zap Brannigan moments. I'm not gonna lie. I love this episode. And we love.
I have a great Zardoz joke. It's Sean Connery's on Zardoz, and he comes back from location and turns in his wardrobe to the wardrobe master, and he goes, "It has a peculiar smell. I would stay away from it." Yeah,
Yeah, I can imagine. That.
you know, he said that. It's like it smells a little funky. I was wearing it for 5 weeks.
I've ejaculated several times in the sofa. Don't tell it. All right,
Just
Sean.
riding up my
on that
bumper.
note,
So controversial, sir.
yeah, what's going on your channel, Sean?
Well,
sir.
with me, well, I don't have much on my channel, but I do have this, and I'll let me enlarge in myself here.
I got you.
Okay, JT Kirk.
Ooh,
I have
look at that.
your completed enterprise here.
Holy
Yes,
shit,
she is
Batman!
a thing of beauty. An
Let's turn
absolute
it.
thing of beauty.
Let's hold on. Let's turn off the lights
Oh,
here,
she lights up too.
and then boing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wow.
there we go.
I'm getting excited.
me too.
We've got flashing navigation lights there. There you can see them blinking.
Wow.
You got some down here with a little strobe.
Mhm.
I added some strobes up behind the
Wow.
bridge.
Mhm.
Right here.
Mhm.
What does God
Right
need
there.
with a starship?
Little flashing that. Now that's
Oh,
the
he's not
turbo
getting
lift,
it.
but
I am. He's not getting it.
yeah, but that is the turbo lift. But I did add the flashing navigation light there, and you got
Wow.
some
Nice
Okay.
touch.
here.
That is so nice.
You know, you got to hang that over your bed so that could be a night light, and you can just stare at it all night.
Well, my wife would love that, Mark. Just
Yeah. But some other features here. I did add some flashing.
Mine does.
Back here on the back of the nacelles, that you see some flashing there.
And how do you
Very
find
nice.
out where all these lights go, Sean? They're all in the technical manuals, or
Yeah. Some of it's just from watching the remastered versions, and some of it is just personal,
preference?
thinking like there's a flashing one under the underbelly
Wow.
there. Like where I thought they would be, but
Lights, yeah.
now, question for you: the light coming off of the nacelles, does it cast a slightly purplish hue on the neck of the ship?
It makes it blue, the blue neck. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Not really.
That
Oh,
looks
didn't-
so fucking
It's
cool.
It was a
That looks
klobby
so
joke.
fucking
Are you talking
cool.
here, like the nacelle?
Yeah, I
blue?
was making a klobby joke.
That's a special edition only thing too.
I see
That's
what
a
you're
model
saying.
of the special edition to have the intercooler.
Yeah,
Very nice.
so like I do these like because I think like if they were to make the show today, they would probably put the blue here.
Oh, most
So that's
definitely.
totally
'cause that's the-
customized by you.
Yeah,
the refit has that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
there's a little artistic license being taken here, but
Gorgeous.
it's generally in line with
You know what I-
what you
Did
what
you add
That is so
the
beautiful.
did you add the black strange solar collector looking things on the outside of the nacelle struts? Because that seemed to be something that I think that starts in the cartoon, right?
yeah, like these things.
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah, those
Sean
are
didn't miss
decals,
a
yeah.
Trick.
Well, those
He
are
didn't miss a
decals provided,
fucking
but
trick.
Mark I'm sorry, JT.
Look how beautiful
There's a
that
couple
is,
little
guys.
light
Look how
leaks
beautiful
in
that is.
here. It's not a perfect
Oh,
model.
come on.
So JT better not return it.
The origami chicken that he has to make to
Yeah.
mail it is actually
Yeah.
as
Well, yeah.
impressive as the ship itself. So
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Sean.
Sean,
That is truly amazing.
another
That is so
another
nice.
Carter
You're
classic rolls off the assembly line. My God, you know what? We got to get Sean a sign for his garage that says Utopia Phoenicia Shipyards.
Oh, that
Ooh,
would be
that's a good
cool.
That's
But
cool,
yeah, I do need to
Like,
make one. I need to make one for Germ because I did promise him one. So I do have the model. I have it in the
Defiant?
garage. Yeah, I already bought it, and I've
How
got
did I
everything to make
know?
it.
He wants a Defiant.
Oh no! I've got an Enterprise for him.
Oh,
What
okay.
scale is
same
that?
as
What
this.
scale is that, Sean? Is that
This is a
650?
650.
Yep. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Yep. I
And,
actually, I have to do the unbox. I did get I got busted. I got my Tomy Enterprise, but it's still in the box. So if I have time tomorrow,
Ooh, are you
maybe
gonna
I'll
do a
the-
reveal video?
Yeah, and I'll
You know?
invite you guys. Yeah, if, I
Oh,
was gonna
are you
try
gonna
to
do
it
it live?
Friday.
Oh,
I just don't know when
yeah.
I'll have time to do it. But
You got to do it live. Do it live.
Let me
Oh,
know.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
do it live. Yeah,
live.
it'll definitely be live. But my wife was. I put it in the dining room and I forgot. I put it in there, kind of hid it in the corner, and it's awfully big. But she wasn't like, we don't go in the dining room that often. She's like, what's that
Okay.
bleeping big huge box there?
I'm gonna set up my Blaylock to
Admiral T.
oh.
Incoming super chat.
I want to thank Radioactive Actual for 2 Greenlandian greenbacks saying, outstanding, Sean.
Oh, thank
He
you.
really loved that model. You know what? We also, like, on top of having the best Star Trek analysis show, we also have like the best Star Trek modeling show. What can I fucking tell you? It's difficult to be a genius. And thank you, Radioactive.
Thank
But
you,
you know what?
Radioactive. Appreciate it.
I'm going to flex for a moment here. I have put together, and I have members of most of my panel. Crimlon and Radioactive aren't here, but you know what? I am not the greatest Star Trek pundit. I do not have auto recall of every Star Trek episode. I can't do little parlor tricks about, like, you know, the political structure of fucking Bajor. But I love Star Trek. I think that I am one of the greatest ambassadors of Star Trek. And you know what? There's a lot of guys in the Hall of Fame who all they did was manage the team from the bench, man. Like, yeah, I played the game, and maybe I was an okay relief pitcher. But like once they pulled me off the field and put me into the dugout, man, like I am just like the Billy Martin of Star Trek managers, and I couldn't be more proud of this amazing panel of 1978 Yankees or 86 Mets or 84 Tigers that I have, like, you know, just absolutely murdering it. I mean, for me, I feel like it's the 96 Yankees. I mean, we can't lose. We can't. Tonight we did Star Trek, the original series. I have been afraid to approach the original series. I thought we wouldn't have time, be able to fill the time with it. And I didn't think we'd be able to do a representative show, but we found all sorts of new angles and things to talk about and kept it topical. I guess like we're either the worst magazine show or the worst Star Trek show, but we do seem to be providing an entertaining experience for which we thank all of you for. And if anyone has a channel pitch left to do, let's do it, because I do want to blow the canopy before 5 hours, because 300 minutes
Mark
of Star
has to
Trek,
go yet, I think, right?
yeah.
Oh, I went. No, I
Mark-
went. Yep. Thank
You went?
Yep.
Mark,
Okay.
Sean has nothing going on. I don't. Is Resurrection Rooster on this week? What movie is Resurrection Rooster watching?
I don't know. I wasn't on Wednesday, so I'm not sure what.
Oh yeah, I should explain that, guys. I'm sorry that Sean couldn't be on Pop Culture Breakdown on Wednesday, but he went to sick bay with New Trek fatigue.
What?
That's just an
It
excuse.
was
for
real
cowardice.
life fatigue. I was working on a work project.
Sean, you don't have to be ashamed. You've proven yourself in battle since. I found Sean in the sick bay, and he was like, Admiral, sir, it's my nerves. I've watched 10 episodes of New Trek. I just can't do it. He said, hell, you're just a goddamn coward. And I tried to pull out my New York Jets phase pistol and take him out right there. And I'm sorry that I had Sean sent to the holodeck where we ran the program that Chakotay lived through in Voyager when he thought he was in Vietnam. But I won't have cowards in my army. but you're allowed to be on Pop Culture Breakdown this week. You proved yourself in battle.
I was trying to find the Captain Terrell self-deletion.
That's a nice one. Wait, it's in. I'll play that one. I don't know if it's you or me who's supposed to do it, but why not? I mean, first you see it and then you understand why. I love leaving the screaming in was the best part.
Why couldn't that be Mayweather?
You know why?
The word decent doesn't apply to me.
Mayweather was a stand-up guy. He was a good officer.
I may have to do some. I may have to do some clips of Gaydon because he was so insufferable.
You have to include the quadratesticles.
It's from T-Walk, Iris Costa. Hey, what can I tell you? I love the sound of the screams. Here's the question we'll leave off with. I think that the screams that we hear when Terrell disappears is some of the screams from the transporter from Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Anybody else think maybe that I could be?
Yeah, for sure.
I could be.
That's that's even worse than.
I think that the last scream is Carol Marcus.
Could be.
Well, from what? Her encounter with Kirk?
Just watching Terrell after, like, first of all, she owed the guy that got blown away like favors from Bridge because there's no money where they come from. So she wasn't sad to see him go. She had a terrible night at Bridge before Khan showed up at the station. That's the part of T-Walk that gets left out. I was on with Trev Retro, and he said that that's Samantha Mathis's mother. He also said that June, what's her name from Lost in Space, was Spock's mom. That they
June Lockhart. June Lockhart.
And I was just like, I think that lady's name is like Jean Wyatt, bro.
My cousin Randy knows a little bit about her.
Jean Wyatt or June? Oh, June.
Yeah.
Cousin Randy's stories, like that's going to be a whole member chat. I'm sorry, a whole member stream. We got one of those coming up, but at risk of never being able to end my show, one day this show is going to go until the next one starts. That's my promise.
With too much fun, so you can never hang up the phone, right? Yep.
Yeah.
I think if I didn't have such a great bench,
I sent it in the private chat, but I'm sure the regular chat can infer what I sent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it
that's
that?
not what she said. No.
By the way, I was on the line with I was on stream yesterday with Lance, and we were talking about Charles Bronson, and he's like, he was born in 1940 to a World War II veteran, and I'm like, well, Lance, I'm pretty sure there were no World War II veterans yet. And as he was laughing, I said, I think the emergency meeting probably was held in Japan later that day, where they're like, the Americans have developed Chuck Norris. It'll be ready by 1958. We need to move now. I want a plan to strike their carrier group on my desk in the morning. I believe that was the causal event. But thanks, everybody. And you know what? We have a little treat for everybody in your popcorn button.
Pure anti-proton. Absolutely pure.
Be careful where you use that, but you know what? We opened up with the toss theme. We'll end with Sydney Sweeney. We love you all.
Can I finish, please?
We love you all.